Obi takes solace in the fact that relatively he's young, relatively. Even at 61, he has an opportunity to come back in 4 years to compete again. He would have learned his lessons. He would have had enough time to reach out to the people and the Nigerian people to vote for him.
All right, thank you very much. Before I come back to you as well, let me use the opportunity to thank all the Nigerians who have voted for Labour Party and Obedient. And I'm also thanking Ghanaians who have prayed for us. Keep on receiving your calls and text messages encouraging us. And I can tell you that the Nigerian people have done it again. They have set the pace for every African country to pick, irrespective of what the outcome may be for now. The young people and the old people went out and voted for a new Nigeria that they expect to have. Whatever happens is a history, but let me tell you, there's no solace to be taken for anything. Nobody cares whether Obi becomes president or not. That is not our business. His Excellency Peter Obi, I'm not sure he wish or that is hard desire to become president of Nigeria. What happened, if I will explain to you, is that his lifestyle have shown that this is what we need in a leader. Leadership must be moderate, must be honesty, his integrity life must be shown by the way he does things. He shouldn't be somebody who wastes, and he should have the people at heart. That is what Obi have done as a private businessman. Obi joined political ranks at a very old age. He's a chairman of a bank. He bought the highest share of a bank in Nigeria through his trading activities. He's not somebody who goes to government house to look for contract to supply and get change figures. So, based on that line of action or the lifestyle base, when they forced him to run as a politician and convinced him and he agreed, by him saying what his antecedents have been, people now, buy into that. And that is how Obedient was born. Before Obedient, we used to have what we call articulated. That was
Atiku
Abubakar.
Okay.
And the PDP was ruling. But you see, the problem and difference between articulated and Obedient is that Atiku had been in the government, and this government have not said well about him. In fact, there's a lot of corruption allegation on him that is on the social media, even to the extent that his principal or his boss was able to say that this man have consumed a lot of Nigerian money. He could not attract the young people.
Okay.
Though he did well by attracting politicians who wanted to go maybe left from the right. But Obi case attract the young people because he was able to tell them that this is what I'm going to do. And you will know a man by what he says, know him well by what he do, and you know him very well by what he gave. Obi said something that they have done. When he became the governor of the state, I have said before, he changed a lot of things. Many people who did not know Anambra State, which is a state, a region like you call in Ghana, Anambra is like Ashanti. In a lot of things, they resemble. They have a lot of rich men. They have a lot of power brokers. You can never be a governor of Anambra State and perform well. It is impossible before me. It is impossible. You can never.
Why is that?
The reason is that everything is being hijacked by the people. They are rich. In fact, it will be very difficult for you to see somebody as a politician that will come and stand for election and is one of the top richest. No. Those guys are there like they are there, they relax. And when you come, they will tell you what to do. Okay. So, and one of the policies Obi brought out to tackle them is this fact that when you call, this is Chief Aggregate One, I would like to see you, His Excellency. I say, okay, sir, please, what time do you give me? I will come to your house. Obi says he don't want to buy them champagne because these people will not drink anything less than champagne.
Okay.
So he have to agree to visit you. Don't come to the government house.
So the government will buy you champagne.
So the government will not buy the champagne. You have the money, so you buy the champagne. Let's drink. And the OP is not ready to take the champagne.
Okay.
So if you give him water, he drinks and move away. So whatever I want to tell him, you tell him. He sustained the tempo of the Anambra and make the place work out again. The road network become the best in Nigeria. He was able to win a lot of all these million challenge goals. The standard as set by international communities. He reduced the poverty level. He reduced the employment level of the state, and the state was able to move forward. Those testimonies is what the young people heard, and they said, this man have to come and replicate what he have done in Anambra in Nigeria.
So he has another opportunity to, assuming that he doesn't succeed with this petition.
We cannot continue with this, and let me just tell you, for the fact that you are supporting a vote today, because it favors you, be careful, because next time it may not favor you. We want to stop illegality in Nigeria, and we're going to stop it. And it's people that will do that. When the election was about to commence, I said this election 2023 is going to be a fight between Nigerians and the politicians. And I hope and pray that Nigerians will win. Many people say amen to that, people do not say amen. But then let me explain what I mean by that. The politician, who is a politician in Nigeria? A politician in Nigeria is, most of them are jobless individual who doesn't have any work. You see them spending above their incomes. Can you believe that a member, not a member, a leader of the parliament sent out, I think he was even holding gun himself, but they burned opposition parties' office and killed 3 people. They're still in police custody as we speak now. These politicians do not believe anything good for Nigerians. The only thing they care about is themselves. They can flew. When the election was about to come, there are some people who call themselves G5 governors. Can you imagine, my brother, they flew from here to Europe and spend days and come back again and dance and go and get back again, private and come back again. They were doing this, and I said Nigeria is a patient place. It's already in this neck. We can't continue this way. And if you to keep quiet and and allow this thing to happen, I would be surprised. Because you see, we're already dead, we're not living. There's nobody telling you that he's living in Nigeria. Otumba is here, he can tell you where the running water in Lagos, which is a big city. Every water that runs is a borehole in every house.
In Lagos?
Yes. If there is, maybe in a few, look, I'm not sure it can come up to 2 local governments. That's the bad as it is. They said they're talking about we are exposing Nigeria. I'm going to expose them more. They're not doing well. Why should I keep quiet? I've been joining Ghana for more than almost 30 years now, and my people are suffering. I'm comfortable here. I have more house in Ghana than what I have in Nigeria. But I can't keep quiet. My house is even hot, even when there's air condition in. The food I eat have become sour in my mouth because my people are suffering. And I can't continue like this. We have the resources. It's only the management. We see the manager. Why are you forcing him out? The Nigerian people voted for me. He had more vote than anybody. In Rivers, the Governor Wike destroyed all the results. In Lagos, they destroyed the Agboros, did everything to suppress people. They were chasing some people that are sure they will vote for Labour Party. The issue is this. We need support of international community. And their support is that they should talk to the old man to go and rest. Tinubu did not win this election that announced him. Some of the irregularities in this election is laughable. Some people are telling that the election of 2019 are being used for 2023. And some people were saying, I think we see where I think Bauchi and Gombe was having the same scorecard. 133 for APC, 133 for PDP, with this whatever thing. The same thing, is that election. We find out that the election result of State was written on 20th on computer. It shows. But the INEC official will tell you that they are not receiving the electronic, they received the documents, the hard copy.
Yeah.
So it was on 26th they received, or 27th. But it shows in on the screen that this thing was prepared on 20th February.
Okay.
You see, the high level of irregularity on this, don't talk about the server that was shut down. The INEC intentionally shut their server down on the election day, which you have told everybody that when you are voting, you vote. Your vote will transfer or transmit or transfer whatever, because we're looking for word name to, deceive somebody. They said we didn't say transmit, we didn't say transfer. But okay, let me use the word everybody knows. Send. Should be sent from the polling unit to the server. That was not done. At least that enough would have cancelled this election.
Okay.
And we are calling for cancellation of the election whoever is famous, whichever way. Let us go back and do the right thing.
Okay. Otumba, your candidate has won. I mean, Tinubu is managed, we call him the landlord of Lagos, managed to win. But first of all, he lost in Lagos, where he is proclaimed to be the landlord, lost to Obi in Lagos. And secondly, if you combine the vote of the two opposition parties, they had more than the winner, which is Tinubu. Does that mean that more Nigerians do not want his candidature?
Thank you for having me again. Tinubu came into politics in 1991. He won Lagos West senatorial seat in 1992. He fought the military when they annulled the 1993 election won by MKO Abiola. He was detained. The house was burnt. He went to exile. He continued with Nadeko fighting them. In 1998, when we're done with the military rules, when we are going to the Fourth Republic, he has to return back. We wanted to go back to Senate. But the leaders of the Southwest said, no, you have done enough to regain this democracy. Come and manage Lagos State. He won in 1999, sorry. He won the election again in 2003, when the rest of the Southwest governors lost. Obasanjo rigged them out. When he was leaving, he brought somebody, his predecessor, which is Babatunde Fashola, the current Minister of Work and Housing today. He won. They won again in 2011. He won in 2019. Look at the number of, he won in 2015, he won in 2019. So why this year story is different?
Yes.
If Obi is so good,
yeah,
he won election in 2006. He won in 2006, right? He finished in 2010. He won another one in 2010, right? When he was going in 2014, he brought Obiano. But he has brought two people. He has supported PDP candidate in the 2018. He lost. He supported PDP candidate in 2022. He lost. So does that mean he is not good enough for the people of Anambra? But haven't I said that? Lagos is cosmopolitan state. So, and we should be able to understand that what happened in Lagos will surely happen. People don't understand the policy of the scarcity of Naira. A lot of people were affected, and they took their hunger to the poll. So we expected that. But haven't I said that? The policy was not well implemented. But Mr. President needs to make a statement and do something with that. But he knows that we have to pay price for the scarcity of Naira, because we felt the effect of scarcity of Naira during the election. This is the first time we've never experienced vote buying. That should have been the music of the opposition today, that they have used the Nigerian money to buy vote for the party.
Okay.
And when there was no vote buying, I couldn't see one. I'm still expecting people to send me video that this is where they are buying votes, because there was no naira. And that was the intention of Mr. President. And I give glories to God that at least it affected us, but we have achieved something with it. What I don't understand about that, the question I was asking is, are we going to change naira again in next 4 years? So, but by then, I think we must have found a policy or how to eradicate vote buying. That one is number one. There was nothing like overvoting. That's the good job of introduction of beavers. Nobody's talking about that.
Are you sure nobody's talking about
Nobody's talking about overvoting. What they are talking about is they said they intimidated them. They didn't allow people to vote. Nobody's accusing of overvoting because the beavers. And if the overvoting happens, everybody are going to court now. The beavers, we expose them in court because we have seen that in the last Osun State election that is in tribunal now. When the APC accused the PDP that won that they did overvoting, at the end of the day, when we got to tribunal, we could see that both of them did overvoting when they brought the beavers out. That's the same thing that will happen. The Labour will be able to explain how they got 93, 94% in Southeast when it never happened in any other region in Nigeria. So everybody should be going there. When you go there, the APC as well will take their case, and they will also take them. But what I'm saying is, I've not seen any of the PDP or Labour to state areas that they've rigged them.
Okay.
If you are claiming that they've rigged you, you should be able to put down the evidence. That is when you are behaving as a patriotic citizen. When you are putting information out without evidence, I think you are causing so much harm to your country and to the institution like INEC. When he was talking, he was making some unaccepted statements towards INEC, and that's very, very unfair. If Obi had won, I'm not sure he would have made those statements against the institution. And we need to be very careful. What we are saying today, other countries will use it against us tomorrow. And that is why we have to be very careful. The beavers, people are not talking about it. Once you go, during election day, when you go, you have to go for accreditation and go back home. Maybe after 1 hour, you have to come back. The beavers has helped. It's made the process to be very speedy. You just do your accreditation and straight up you vote. And that's what, even with the scarcity of money, it affected the logistic of the INEC. Okay. And a few weeks to the election, the INEC chairman went to meet the CBN governor that, look, this issue of scarcity, they need money, they need to sort out logistic. But the Labour Party, Excellency Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar, they were the ones supporting the scarcity of money, that we are complaining because we want to use the money to buy vote. Okay. And at the end of the day, they were the ones saying that the logistic did not arrive early. How did you want the logistic to arrive early when there is no money to pay? Okay. So we need to be sincere with ourselves. So what I'm waiting for people now, when people are saying election is not credible, what are your definition? Where are your facts? The definition of when elections are not credible, bring out areas that we have crisis. We agree that we have crisis. Everything, we don't expect everywhere to be perfect. Even America, over 200 years democracy, they have crisis. We experienced it in 2020. Okay. So if we have crisis, bring the list of area. I want to learn from people, because this democracy is not something that it will be perfect overnight. It's a process. Yeah. And as we are moving, we'll be learning. If you said we have crisis, do we have crisis in 100 polling units?
I'm sure they'll provide all of that.
Even people that we are communicating with now, they should tell us. They should tell us if we are communicating in a sitting, in a discussion like this. They should be able to state it. We have a 606 polling units. 606 polling units.
When it comes to the electricity sector, Mr. Speaker, this same government, and I'll quote again, Mr. Speaker, everything I say, I'll give the source. Running mate to the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has said that President John Dramani Mahama and the National Democratic Congress administration deserve no credit for solving the energy crisis known in local parlance as Doomso. This is John Bawumia. This is not John Dramani Mahama. This is not John Jinapo. This is Dr. Bawumia in 2016 saying that even though President John Dramani Mahama has solved the Dumso problem, he will not give him credit. And I have the video of Dr. Bawumia, not just the media report, the video. At least you can deny media report, video. Unless you tell me that Dr. Bawumia is not credible. Unless you tell me that Dr. Bawumia believes in double standard. Unless you tell me that today's vice president is not somebody you can trust. It's not somebody you can place premium on. He must be consistent. And you people must be consistent. If the vice president in 2016 himself verbally told the people of Ghana that President Mahama has indeed fixed Dumso, he has no business, and the president has no business standing before Parliament and peddling such unsubstantiated allegation that he inherited Dumso. Go and check the records on the PURC. Go and check the records from Greco, and you will realize that in the whole of 2016, we never declared load shedding. You can't concoct your own stories, fabricate your own facts, and come and stand here and misrepresent same, and think that we on the side of the NDC would buy your concocted stories. It will not wash today, it will not wash tomorrow. And let me put it on record, and this is incontrovertible evidence, that by the time we were leaving office, we had comprehensively, holistically solved the problem of Dumso that we inherited as a government. That is a fact. And the records speak for themselves. Tell me, then when did you solve Dumso? If you inherited Dumso, which day did you solve Dumso? You tell us. If you inherited Dumso, tell us when you solved it. Which month, which year? Because there can only be a terminal point. If you indeed inherited Dumso, you must tell us that by January or February 2018 or 2017, you resolved Dumso. This issue of inheritance of Dumso can only be a figment of the imagination of people who do not understand the energy sector. And as far as I remain the ranking member, I will not allow this false narrative to continue without it being challenged.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted an instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
So we're back again on this week's episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today, I'm sitting in for your regular host, Emmanuel Lenin. Yesterday was the FIFA Men's Awards with Lionel Messi being crowned as the Footballer of the Year. Today, we are asking if CAF is organizing the CAF Awards this weekend between Mohamed Kudus of Ajax, Thomas Partey of Arsenal, and Napoli's Victor Osimhen. Who are you voting for? Let me hear from you in the comment section as we interact with football fans here on the streets of Accra. My name is Joel Shen. Follow me as I get some answers and then people's favorites as far as African footballers are concerned. right, so yesterday was the FIFA Best Award. Lionel Messi was crowned as the overall best player in the year 2022. Today we are asking if we are supposed to organize the CAF Awards this week between Mohamed Kudus, Thomas Partey, and Nigeria's Victor Osimhen. Who will you vote as the best African player? Memo about GhanaWeb TV. So Andra no more FIFA Best Awards. Yeba African nanke this year to abana between Kudus, Osimhen, and Thomas Partey. Why not better man?
I think Osimhen. Osimhen is really doing well.
Okay.
Like in game changes, sending your body ball, no, like the affection of the game, no, it's so perfect. I think Osimhen.
So it's
the goal scoring. So what you saying? I think Osimhen.
Yeah.
I think he's the fastest to reach 100 goals between Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. So the guy is really doing well.
Yeah, but others have also been saying that Mohamed Kudus has been brilliant.
Oh, he's doing very well, but not Osimhen. Osimhen is fantastic, seriously. The guy is really doing well, and I like him.
All right, so it's Victor Osimhen for you. For him, let me hear from you in the comment section. Kudus, Partey, and Osimhen. If you are voting for African Best Player of the Year, who will you vote for? Andra, we have FIFA Best Awards. So this week, we have CAF Footballer of the Year Awards now. Between Mohamed Kudus, Victor Osimhen, and Thomas Partey, why and Anke to
to me, there's a Kasebe to about. Me are going for Kudus.
Going for Mohamed Kudus
because me is the best among the three.
Yeah. But Victor Osimhen share goals. Thomas Partey who lead Arsenal.
And also but to me, Mohamed na me so me interest wo. So I say, I don't know me best player me vote yama.
See I say Mohamed Kudus, Victor Osimhen, and Thomas Partey.
Mohamed Kudus.
Are they more plan na?
Yeah, for plan.
Okay.
But no me say, ono na me say I'm doing this we born in ball form. But I can't say I come first and second there. Me Osimhen be second.
Osimhen be second.
Sure.
Partey third. Okay, so it's Kudus 2, Osimhen 1. We've already spoken to 3 people. Between Kudus, Victor Osimhen, and Thomas Partey, if you are voting for CAF Footballer of the Year, who will you vote for? Let me hear from you in the comment section. Andra no more FIFA Best Award no Leo Messi energy edikano FIFA Best Award no Ekoyema
pa
nipa na person winning and winning
nipa na person winning no winning.
Okay, enti ya Africa Mohamed Kudus, Victor Osimhen, and Thomas Partey. So this week na CAF Awards na one abeto abama no
me enka be ma Partey
with mama Thomas Partey
correctly
na Kudus and Osimhen omo performance no so
oh ni na fine but me dey Partey moment I'm feeling no
oh the mama Thomas Partey Partey for him. So it's Kudus 2, Partey 1, Osimhen 1. Pacho my phone Mohamed Kudus, Thomas Partey, Victor Osimhen, why not beto abama Kudus with mama Kudus adetia
checking it pa feeling bibia
feeling how feeling no quantity and say
model ni ball ni bibia ni lifestyle my life
bibia your life.
That's right.
It's Mohamed Kudus. Okay, so we have another one going for Mohamed Kudus. So it's 3 for Kudus, 1 for Osimhen, and 1 for Thomas Partey. And see, the Andra no more FIFA Best Awards, Lionel Messi, see, awaji FIFA Best 7, Ballon d'Or 7. Awards, send open and a coin.
Well, so far the award was genuine. Of course, for World Cup, based on World Cup tournaments, Onyani Day, or you're the best. And so far the country carried the trophy. So far the award was genuinely his. Leo Messi deserved it. Although Ronaldo swore, I'm a fan of Ronaldo. But the idea was no yes, it was genuinely perfect for him. That's
all right. And this week, and Africa Best Awards now. Mohamed Kudus, Thomas Partey, and Victor Osimhen. Oh,
so far, if Metua Bani be a Metuama Victor Osimhen.
Victor Osimhen.
Yes.
Adentia.
It's a Metuama Victor Osimhen. So far this season, watching the quality, we're carrying the team to a standard. Which means say, for now, Napoli is on its best. Yeah. Napoli, since way back, Diego Armando Maradona, I'm waiting for trophy, and we're carrying the team. Everybody drew Pepe, so I'm betting magic trophy now. It's quite good. And our scoring chart in Italy, Ronaldo Beye been scoring in 8 consecutive matches. Victor Osimhen from Africa with him so far he deserves it. Although Partey a very good player, but injury prone. Partey injury prone. So far, tournament you're going now about Africa for our country Ghana ultimately performing at its best. So for me, my first will be Victor Osimhen. Second, Mohamed Kudus. Kudus is very best. So that's all. That's all. Kudus.
So Victor Osimhen 1, Kudus 2, and Thomas Partey 3. Let me also get your response in the comment section. Amongst these 3 players, if you are voting for CAF Footballer of the Year, who are you picking? Andra, on your FIFA Best Award, Leo Messi energy, Koyema.
Oh well, yeah, manage here because we deserve it. Because World Cup no more than power, don't go no more than I think say Onya no manage here, yeah, fine, manage here.
Okay, and until you the Bar Africa said this week, and a CAF Awards, CAF Footballer of the Year now. Between Mohamed Kudus, Thomas Partey, and Victor Osimhen, one out for about one.
Well, Partey is doing well. Oh yeah, the power. I aspire, but for me, I was now. For me, remember Victor Osimhen. Yeah, that guy is doing very, very, very well.
Or boy investors.
What's up, boy? Me bet credit.
And Victor Osimhen.
Oh yeah. For me, on there, I'll follow.
Okay, my phone between Victor Osimhen, Thomas Partey, and Mohamed Kudus, yeah, Bouti, Africa Footballer of the Year. Oh, come on.
To me, no, first Kudus, Ghana ni fine. Or yeah, this only pick mo, but Osimhen there, or me feel, still Osimhen there. Come and tell Osimhen.
Oma feeling tina o.
Yes, only pick like team Nagasa no one pick. What I say? Green kwa, no red. And yeah, so what I say? So what I say? What I say? It's Osimhen there or number 1 for Africa. This time. Wow.
Victor Osimhen, for him, it's getting quite interesting. Thomas Partey, so far, Partey has only 1 vote, but you can also participate in this conversation by giving us your response in the comment section. Between Thomas Partey for Arsenal, they are leading the Premier League table. Mohamed Kudus in the Eredivisie for Ajax, they are 3rd on the league table, and then Victor Osimhen is leading a revolution in the city of Naples as Napoli try to win their first league title after Diego Armando Maradona in 1986. Let me hear from you in the comment section. My name is Joel Leshen. Until we meet again, it's bye for now. So we're back again on this week's episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today, I'm sitting in for your regular host, Emmanuel Lenin. Yesterday was the FIFA Men's Awards with Lionel Messi being crowned as the Footballer of the Year. Today, we are asking if CAF is organizing the CAF Awards this weekend. Between Mohamed Kudus of Ajax, Thomas Partey of Arsenal, and Napoli's Victor Osimhen, who are you voting for? Let me hear from you in the comment section as we interact with football fans here on the streets of Accra. My name is Joel Leshen. Follow me as I get some answers and then people's favorites as far as African footballers are concerned.
Mr. Speaker, when we make an assessment of what the state of the nation is, it would necessarily have to include what state it was in yesterday, the state it is in today, and what state it will be tomorrow, based on reasonable grounds of expectations. How far back should we be looking to make a judgment on the state of affairs today? Mr. Speaker, I believe that the issue above all that is quite properly dominating the concerns of all Ghanaians is the gravity of the economic situation of our country and how we can quickly stabilize the economy and work our way back to the period of rapid economic growth. Our currency has been buffeted, our inflation rate has been very high, and for the first time in our lives, debt exchanges have become the language of everyday conversation.
and quite be a want on and be a man in quite be.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say you sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing and so ye unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Anytime we are on stage with Slim Buster, we are like my brother will take the CD to the DJ to make that, like, to do the selection for the performance. So he will put our song at the end of Slim Buster's performance, which Slim Buster is not aware. So after we finish backing him, he leave the stage for us to do the last dance. So after he leave the stage,
they play
then they will put our song.
You're welcome to another edition of Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. Today I have some very important dignitaries here when it comes to the music industry. They've got all the experience, they've seen it all, and today we're going to go 360. Life, career, everything. So just stick and stay. It's Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. You're welcome back. It's Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. Today, I've been joined by FBS, Ghanaian Music Group. They've been there since Olumambuge days, Kill Somebody, featuring Guru. You have one with Apietus, I forgot the title.
Buy one, get one.
You pay as you go, as heads upon heads, and even now you have a new one with Mr. Judicial, which is a big one, and I know you have an EP too. You made mention in our last interview. Great. But FBM Music, with those who have been following you 10 times, you used to be a 3-member group. Someone will say, where's your 3rd member?
You know how it is when you're growing, when the going gets tough. That's the English, right? You know, we leave Ghana to stay in the UK for some time, and we got married. People, like, things start changing. He got married to somebody who doesn't have Ghanaian culture, so she's like, no, you don't have to come. So we have to be coming down. And you know, with music, your presence is really needed. You get it? So going to studio, you're not there. So for about 10 to 12 years now, that we've been doing solo stuff. So automatically, they become the two of us. But we are so cool. We talk every day. We are cool.
So absolutely no bad blood.
No.
Great.
No beef. Nothing.
As we're talking now, it's in London.
It's in London. Yeah, it's okay.
Great. So live having to go on a break for some time. Did you regret, or it was just a decision you had to take a break to focus on family?
FBS never had a break. You see, one thing about music is we don't. As a musician, you need to know your target audience. At a particular time, you might sing a song that might be hitting here, and maybe for some period of time, then it's changed to another country. If you're an artist that you are really, really observant, like you move, you know how to, because that is your job, you understand? When we leave, when we stop doing music for Ghana, we're doing music for our local people, for our language, because we've been traveling from all the local areas, from the northern part of Togo to all those places, to Ivory Coast, to Liberia, and all those places, still doing music. But it's just like we've not released a major song for Ghana. You understand? But we've been doing songs. We've had a lot of songs going on, and it's been amazing for all those time. You understand? So FBS have not gone to break, but it's like just diverted the attention to another crowd.
Okay. So according to Najo, you did not take a long break. It was
No.
just that you're not doing music for Ghanaian audience.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
So music, away from music, you spend some of your time abroad. Coming back to Ghana, everybody say, oh, the system and all that. How did you settle in?
You see, when we came back to Ghana, we realized one thing. We realized things have changed, but certain things we started way back is still there. It's like we see ahead of time.
Okay.
When we say see ahead of time, like this TikTok dance that is raining now, in our years, we started those things. We bring music with dance. And then we make sure every music that we do, it has its own movement. So we get it so easy on that side because already it's like we know the system or the global
That
world.
has been our trend.
Yes.
Exactly.
So we didn't get it so difficult too much on our side. Do you understand me?
Agree.
Like with a Mr. Drew like this, when we release, it just go viral like that because already it's something that we already doing.
Great.
You understand me? So, and we are even happy. Likes of Mr. Drew Dems and those guys are following the trend and stuff. So we jumping in. I didn't see it so.
It's anything
no,
new.
No.
Okay, great. So now I know you brothers. One would say, how did you come together? Did you come together because of the dance, or you came together originally to do music?
We started from dancing.
Okay.
If you know so much, if you know the history of FBS, we've been from National Dance Factory, National Dance Ensembles, from backing of musicians to back Slim Buster. We back a couple of musicians, and from there then we jump into music. So we started from dancing. From Embassy Pleasure Double Do to name it.
We've been everywhere.
You know the Embassy Pleasure Double Do,
Do you know
right?
what is called Embassy Pleasure?
Then I was younger, so maybe
Oh, she
not.
don't have
You are the new
It's
cheese.
the national dance competition for Ghana.
Yeah, for Ghana.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
That time, sorry to say that there's a embassy called
There's a cigar company that sponsored
called Embassy.
Oh, great.
So they were the one that had the sponsors for the program.
Sponsors for the dance and this thing.
Yes.
So we've been a dance champions
Before.
for ages,
You know.
and we do a lot of adverts like Tampico adverts, Fangigo
I
adverts.
think I remember an ad be like
Yes,
that.
those years.
Then-
Uh-huh.
Great.
Tampico. Sorry to do adverts for them.
No, but
we were part of the video.
Great,
Some
great.
of the part of the TC, you see us in the mask and stuff.
All right. So you've made a name for yourself in music and in dance.
We
and
started
music.
in dance. We
Great,
started breaking
great.
barriers in dance. We travel a lot
Sure.
before we just switch in. We have the music in our blood already, so
It was not a big deal.
To switch
Great.
is so easy.
So when you speak to artists who've been there, as we love to call them, the OGs, they talk about back in their days, it was difficult. Music was not just how it has become so modernized in our time. You know, you have to book a studio, wait hours, days before it gets to your turn, recording. When you are done with the whole thing, you have to even market and get the music to the audience. Can you walk us through how was it like starting on the onset of your career?
Okay, our career has been tremendous. It has been superb because, you know, there is two things about life. You see, when the business you are doing becomes your hobby, even if it's difficult, you don't see the difficult part of it. Because FBS, we love dancing already. We used to dance for free, for fun. Because I feel like if I don't dance for a day, it's like I've lost something. And then so when we started doing music, and we feel like it's not even difficult because the dance we put in when we were dancers and the dance we put in when we were singing it was limited. And when it comes to studio section, I did not see any stress going to the studio because we were privileged. Our first song was recorded in the studio of Slim Buster.
Okay.
You understand? Slim Buster was out with his friends, and then his engineer was there. It's called Uncle Otu, what's his name? Uncle Otu was he was an old man who was Slim Buster's engineer. So we're like, Uncle Otu, do you know that we can sing? He said, oh, we say, we've even written some songs. He said, and then we an old man now. So Slim Buster was not aware, so we started doing something. So he was like, okay, he played this beat. We have to sing what we want with our mouth, and he was like, okay, this is a good thing, so let me play. So he played the beat. After that, we sang the first Olman Boogie. It wasn't the one you are hearing now. There's the one that we did the demo part of it. You understand? It was nice. So when he did it, we did the voicing and everything. He was not being able to mix it because Slim Basta came. So we have to stop it. After 3 days, we asked him, Charlie, just give us a copy like that. It was like, the moment train I'm in your time, I'm mix it, and you know, give it to us. So what we did is when he gave us that song, anytime we're on stage with Slim Basta, like my brother will take the CD to the DJ to make that, like to do the selection for the performance. So he will put our song at the end of Slim Basta's performance, which Slim Basta is not aware. So after we finish backing him, he leave the stage for us to do the last dance. So after he leave the stage,
they play
then they will put our song. He being in his dressing room listening to it, he didn't know it's our song. And they will dance with it, and the crowd love it. So we were unlucky, we were at Attack Radio or somewhere. He didn't go to his dressing room, he was like around his car, and then they put the song, and then the crowd was like, boom. So when we were coming out of the stage, the crowd followed us to him. And you know what they told him? They were like, yo, Slim Basta, you better power chop and janyum no. Now concentrate on Kwalawe because a nyum na almost at the end, no. A very your future obeneska.
Wow.
Some man just prophesied to him straight. And not knowing that thing he didn't feel okay because imagine we are his pillar at that time. We're the one that making him Slim Basta, and so you're telling him to retire and concentrate on us. That was like a big blow. So he was like, so
when did you guys do this?
He didn't ask us that day. He didn't even talk to us.
Oh.
We were like, we are dead. We see him like our father. See, we as Livata, we clicked so much. He was watching us. He didn't give us food. We were like, hey, it's bad. So we just still have to, mingle with it. So for some time, we realized that the communication is that the relationship is no longer that strong. So we have to leave and then start doing our thing because he wasn't concentrating any longer because he realized we betrayed him.
But would you call that a betrayal? You took an opportunity as you were narrating the story.
You see, as an artist, if like right now, I'm in Slim Basta's shoes, and I have a dancers like us, and then we are going for the goal, like you understand, and all of a sudden we are backing up. Charlie, it's a big blow for him.
I get it.
Because me and my brother, we are very loyal when we are with you. When we're with Slim Basta, we're not backing any other musician. Unlike the rest that come to join, they can go and do their own thing. But if you see us, you see Slim Basta. So he's proud. The whole thing becomes like a brand, the three of us. You get it? And then my brother does the TikTok thing because Slim Basta has featured TikTok on couple of his songs. So if TikTok is not there, my brother will do the rapid servicely, that kind of thing. So the vibe was there. You get it? So he was so comfortable with it, and all of a sudden, we feel like we can do more than dancing, and so that's what's really bring the breakup between we and Slim Basta. And after that, it was so good. And then Bulare started giving us programs. They were calling us Talibans. When we go to show, we used to tie our hair with some white scarves. So from one place to another, and things start getting better. And Bulare was like, yo guys, this your Olman Boogie is really, really getting famous now, and people are loving it, but it's demo. So why don't you go see JQ? That time JQ2 is getting the vibe. So it's like, why don't you go see JQ? We said, like, Charlie, we don't even have the money.
Charlie.
They said, go tell JQ that I'll pay. Record, I'll pay. When we got to JQ2, we don't know how to record. Like, it's a long story, see that. If I have to tell you all that.
We'll save it.
But it was good. JQ recorded us, and
it became the
hit.
Great. So in December last year, the big shows, you rocked there. I met you at Beam Concert. We had a very good interview. The dance was on point. I'm like, hey, this is where did they get the energy from? And you don't miss a beat. Like the formation, you turn. It was such a pleasure to watch you. In 2022, you released one of the hit songs, Joe, which featured Mr. Drew. One would say, why feature Mr. Drew? Do you see yourself in him? Because he also sings and dances. Like, how did you settle on that, and how did the collaboration come?
You see, Mr. Drew has been has been good. Like, Mr. Drew is good. Like, you understand, Ghanaians know. But we did not, like, discover him earlier. Like, this thing could have happened long ago, but we did not discover Mr. Drew earlier because we know, like, we are not familiar with the industry any longer because we've been traveling in and out and stuff. But the first time I saw him, my brother wasn't there. I was the one that saw him at a lunch he was performing. I was like, yo,
this guy, this guy.
Like, yo, Ghana. So Ghana have started this. Then that means Ghanaians still love that because I love everything about him. So I was like, yo, I called my brother there and I was like, yo, I've met that guy. So I said, this guy is good. We need to work with this guy. We are about to retire, but with this guy, we have to do something. So I asked him, I said, yo, find his number because he is fan of that. When I say find his number, he's going to find. Okay. I say find his number, call him, let him know we want to do something. So about a week, he found his number, he called him, he was like, yo, is it Mr. Drew? He said, yes, this is FBS. He said, who? FBS. Are you sure? He asked, he said, are you sure?
I could know how they feel because he also does looking at you.
He's not even believing. Yeah, what?
Are you sure?
Then I hear him telling somebody, FBS is talking to me. Then I think somebody said, oh, he's lying.
He's lying.
Then I say, it's FBS. It's like, if it's FBS, let's meet her.
They say then come.
Then come, let me see you. I want to see you.
Then we say, okay, send us your location.
He sent location, we see him.
Then. So then he agreed to the collaboration.
No, when we went to his place, not knowing, he also had an agenda for FBS already. that he wished he could have met FBS.
Yeah.
Because I think he had a conversation with VGMA because they said the last year's show, he murdered it. And people were like, okay, you've done whatever you want to do. People have seen it. So this year you're on it. What else will you do? So if they say, but if you want to do something, then you have to do something bigger than what FBS have done.
18 years ago.
So this is what FBS did 18 years ago.
No, let her know. We're holding the record on VGMA. 18 years ago, nobody have win
that show. Like we came with the chair and the umbrella at the same time. We're performing.
Are you getting it?
8 years ago, I was younger, so
on VGMA record, nobody have performed open act what we did before. For 18 years, the crown is on us. We are holding the title.
So they were like, okay, watch this and then do like
that.
Or team up with them and do the same thing. And I was like, that would be a good thing if I team up with them. That would be a very good thing. So we came and said, yo, you want to work with me, fine, but let's put the work aside.
And focus on the VGMA.
So what is it? I'm going to VGMA and I want to go with you.
Wow.
I said, really? Go just on what basis? Because before we were thinking, maybe we're going to dance with him on his song. He said, no, I'm doing your music on VGM. It was like, yo, really? He said, but it's going to be a surprise, just we and you. I didn't let VGM know I've gotten you. So I just took the idea, but I didn't give them the assurance I'm doing it.
Wow.
You understand? So we'll surprise them.
And that was it.
That was it. So and then we told him, we said, like, listen, this is going to be big. Because honestly, Ghana didn't really have enough of us. So it's going to be, say, yes, he knows it's going to be big. It's okay, let's do it.
Right. I'm really interested in that story. But then we'll take a quick break. When we come back, the conversation with FBS continues. Welcome back. You're still watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. I've been doing this with FBS, the music group. They dance, they sing, they do everything. You should see their performances if you have the opportunity to ever see them on stage. It's fireworks. They don't. I don't want to talk much, but let's continue the conversation. Before we went on that break, we were talking about your collaboration with Mr. Drew. Yeah. Currently in the music space, which other young artists would you love to work with?
That's a big question. Honestly, we would love to work with everybody. You see, there is something about FBS that up to now, for me, I'm not really comfortable. You see, because of the dance, it has covered our talent for music. Because people don't really pay attention and know what FBS can do musically. You get what I'm saying? All they concentrate is on the dance. You understand? But they've forgotten that the dance comes with the music. You get it? But I think it's our time for Ghanaians to know that, okay, FBS can really sing. So when it comes to featuring somebody right now, you see, most of the artists feel like, oh, FBS, yeah, if it's not dancing music, I cannot feature. You understand?
Yes.
So people are feeling they can't work with us because they can't dance.
It has to be a danceable song.
No, but when you listen to our EP, it's only one danceable song in it. And trust me, we're good. We're very, very good. Me listening to the industry we are in now in Ghana, FBS is really, really, really good when it comes to music.
They don't know. They don't know.
Yes, because
write. They are not.
So you write all your songs.
Yeah, they don't know we are very good writers.
Great.
They don't know that.
We have never gone to the studio and recorded song, and let's say a song, and then go. We are just there. You play the beat and we finish it.
That's it.
That's how Joe was recorded. Instantly, the beat, the song, everything instantly. Like that's it. We don't go home and come back and say, "Oh, give me the beat, let me go listen." No.
Is the raw talent and how the crowd receive you? As I stated earlier, if you have the opportunity to see you perform, everybody jamming to it, from your songs even to the new ones that you have right now. I listened to an interview, a 2022 interview we had with Larry, and you made mention that back in the day, P Square came, you know, asking that they wanted to be like you. Can you throw more light on that story?
That controversial interview.
Yeah, that controversial interview with Larry.
I made that.
Yeah,
it started on one of TV station like that, and then Larry too took it, and they're talking, and some of our fans or some of the Nigerians are not taking it lightly. So I choose not to be answering that question because some people who are not there, they will not believe you. They will not believe. And you hear them coming hard on you, thinking you are undermining or you are rating. So we choose not to answer because there's more to it than what I say. There's more. And
but you don't want to give us some gist.
When in our biography, in our record, we have performed with a big art. Casey and Jojo, we performed with Casey and Jojo in London. We performed in Wembley before. Those times there's no social media. We were there. We have done a lot. We are ambassador for peace. This Liberia. This we work with UN. These things. So if I talk about P Square used to or they ask, and people are going gaga crazy. So I choose not to answer because. And I learned one guy said they talk to P Square. They say they don't remember. They remember VIP.
Yeah,
and then it's okay. Yeah, because
maybe in his narrative might.
No. But it was true. It was true.
They might remember
because at the time Alumambuge was hitting. VIP was representing FBS in Nigeria.
Oh, okay. So, you know how social media they can twist things and all
and
that.
as I'm saying, in record, as we are talking about success, in record we don't have bad blood with anybody. We have our journey, 22 years in this journey, very nice, sweet. We don't want to do this social media thing like, who are you guys to say P Square, blah, blah, blah.
Right. Now talk about bees. Some people say that it's good for the industry. Currently, some people can stage, let's plan it. Let's just say we are fighting because maybe you have a project and all that. Do you think that beef is good for the industry?
For some people who are ready to eat beef. for us, for us, listen, our legacy, we want to end it well. You understand me? We want to end it well with good notice. We will not just take your beef somewhere else.
Now you look very young.
Yeah.
Earlier when we started this conversation, we were talking about the fact that when I was younger, I used to listen to you. But you're going to tell me that, you're still young.
We were all younger at that time.
Najo, please. Olumambuge came not now.
Yeah.
You made mention that VGMA 18 years or 19 years ago.
Yeah.
What is your secret to looking good, young and all that? Apart from you defending that you are still young, which you are though, but then what do you do to look young and radiant?
You see, I realized one thing about life. The more you stress, the more you grow old.
Yeah.
Okay.
The more you consume yourself with unnecessary things. What is unnecessary? You feel like, I'm not hitting, my song is not on time. You have to be on top of this. We can be in Ghana, VGMA, you won't see us there. You
not
like
see us anywhere.
We can go clubbing, yeah, and we see the artists they're doing their celebrity lifestyle. We just be here. You won't even know FBSs. They're like we had that free mind. You understand? We have that free mentality because I feel like if I have done it before, I owned this before, and you are having it today. It's just the time difference, but it does not really matter. I have it today, and you will have it tomorrow, and that's it. You understand? And we feel those are the secret of life. Like, just love yourself. Yes. Love the time you are in it. The little you have, manage it.
Don't let that life, celebrity life, you know.
I will tell you, we are very successful financially, but we have never posted anything that we owe.
Sorry to say, if I want to talk to a girl, I don't even want her to know I'm
FBS.
Oh, that's your secret. Then let's pretend I don't know you are FBS.
I don't fancy that thing.
Having to use.
If I come to club, FBS in down.
You'll have to keep it on the low.
Could you believe till the Joe song came, one of my tenants didn't know I'm FBS.
Me up to now, my area.
One of my tenants, I think about a week ago, he was like, boss. I was like, yeah, what is it? He said, please, my sister says she wants to come and snap a picture with you. I said, you are in this house for over 3 years now. Now you want to snap it? Because I didn't know you are there. I was like,
okay.
So you see the way the whole thing is. That is life.
We don't.
You know.
That's what I'm saying. Like this beefing, this social
unnecessary stress.
You know,
drugs. You see, all these things lead you to drugs.
Exactly.
Because when your brain is too hot, you need something to cool it off.
Yeah, you want to do
so you are stressed, you take in drug, it cools you. You get stressed again, you take it. Then before you see, you're a drug addict.
You're addicted to it.
And then, bro, you see yourself.
We've heard how drugs have destroyed a lot of celebrities and all that.
Drugs,
stay away.
Drugs. Some is positive for them, but the time it becomes negative is when stress gets involved.
You have to be always on it.
Drugs are very, very addictive. When they only want to get you at your weak time. At your happy time, you might think drugs is everything, but when you are weak or when your career starts going down financially or mentally or marital, like if you have an issue, then the drug will get you. You understand? And it will destroy you.
Thank you for that advice. I know the young folks who are going to chance on this interview would really appreciate it. Now, here in Ghana, we've had some people, I would call them legendary entertainers, say, oh, here in Ghana, they don't really appreciate their legends until maybe, excuse me to say, when you are late, that's, oh, let's celebrate you. What would you say about that? Do you think that there's more that can be done, or Ghanaians, the thing that we say that we don't celebrate our own is false?
It goes in the two ways. Always I say this, when you don't make room for something, then there's no room for it.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? We have not created an industry for the old songs, for the past songs. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because even the new songs, the industry we create for the new songs is even limited. Trust me, we have named them the legends. Have you ever heard a program that every year we do that, we line up old artists to come and perform? So if there's no performance going on, how do their legacy becomes relevant? You see, you have a lot of things in your head. Presenters have, you are doing your show for people to watch you, right? You want a current vibe. You want something that will sell you. So if you don't mention any old artist's name on your program, it's not your fault. But if an old artist went to perform at a particular event and he made a mark, you would talk about it. Do you get what I'm saying?
So we should get a platform where we line up and then... There should be an industry
for the old arts. There should be something that is going on.
Some awards have to go in, not that
something has to go on.
Somebody would take the idea and he will stop it somewhere.
No, it has to be continuation.
Some will take an idea and it will be selfish, not to call in somebody. No, we have to be a national something. Like, listen, yearly, this award, this is it. It goes on, and we can remember you for doing this for Ghana. Ghana say thank you for this. When you do this, you know, but they are waiting for you after maybe they have hit 10 years. Stonebwoy have hit 10 years. Then the young chap will come, then you compare him to Stonebwoy. That's what Ghanaians are doing.
Yes.
So if you are doing that, so the legacy is gone. Do you understand me? I watched one person is saying, oh, right now the Black Sheriff is more than all the... Then they are making big arts. Like Stonebwoy, like Shatta Wale.
And even I saw Blacko come out to say he doesn't like that comparison because sometimes the people that are doing comparison, they are not into that. But then social media folks, for whatever reason. But then before we wrap up, I know you have new things, the EP and all that. Yeah. Okay. Let's just talk about currently what you are up to in 2023, the plans.
Yeah, we have put on our EP. I will not say yes. Let's say release in some way. It's on social or the digital platform. It's 5 tracks in there, and we want Ghanaians to just pay attention to that EP a lot. And people who are looking for content, who want to write, who want to bash, who want to say anything about FBS, should go through the EP. The EP talks about now. Talk about who FBS are. FBS music, we are blessed with a lot of talent, which the dance is taking over it because we are very vibrant. Yeah. So when you have this opportunity, you don't talk about how do you write? How do you compose? You're good. Because of the dance, you don't talk about it. So we want all Ghanaians, all the listeners or the people who are watching us now to just go on digital platform and type FBS Takeover. That's the title of the listing. And the rest, you can write it. Anything you want to write about it. If you want to insult us, if you are not good, you just tell us. So 2023, we give you a challenge.
Great. Yeah. Nigerian D, it was a pleasure having you talk about music and relive all the good times. Any final words before we wrap up?
Okay, I would say keep it calm. Love yourself more. Say less. You know, talking too much make you irrelevant because you end up saying nonsense. And then focus. Whatever it is you want to do, just stay by it. Focus towards it. Pray over it. And you succeed. And to our fans, Yanzango, to Munanguao.
Great. D.
I'll just my last word is to the youth, every youth is a hero. Every youth, wherever you find yourself, just say to yourself, you are a hero. If I tell you how we started, you will not say, listen, me in go school that. My school is just some class 1, class 2. I don't remember how many classes I sit in my life. Yeah. But trust me, I'm doing a lot in my life. So I'm just trying to send this message to the Zongo youth or all the youth in Ghana that, listen, keep it tight. I know it's not easy, you know. You might be on high something, but still not tell yourself you can make it. Yeah. Do you understand me? You can make it, you can see through. And look within you, inside you, you'll find your talent, you find what you can do the best.
Thank you very much, FBF Music. So bad that I couldn't, get to dance with because and all that. But I wish maybe we could play. You could play. Yeah. Can I play any of your songs? Which song do you love? We just wrap up with it. Joe.
Joe Hala.
Hala.
Joe Hala.
Hala.
I swear that. Hala is on a boom play.
Hala and take all of
Apple. Okay, then let's do Joe because let me just do Joe. Okay.
My baby.
Can we get some of the dance moves?
Baby, make I please. Baby, I want my knees. Oh, I can feel your pain. Let me take it away. On top your cake. And make I look your face.
If it's you that I want, baby, move to the dance floor. Baby, Joe.
Whoever get Joe. Whoever you have for love.
Come
on. Baby, Joe.
Move your body, get Joe. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, FBS.
Thank you.
Susu sang kwai bia wan to na bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
When it comes to the electricity sector, Mr. Speaker, this same government, and I'll quote again, Mr. Speaker, everything I say, I'll give the source. Running mate to the flag bearer of the new patriotic party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has said that President John Dramani Mahama and the National Democratic Congress administration deserve no credit for solving the energy crisis known in local parlance as Doomso. This is John Bawumia. This is not John Dramani Mahama. This is not John Jinapo. This is Dr. Bawumia in 2016 saying that even though President John Dramani Mahama has solved the Doomso problem, he will not give him credit. And I have the video of Dr. Bawumia, not just the media report, the video. At least you can deny media report, video. Unless you tell me that Dr. Bawumia is not credible. Unless you tell me that Dr. Bawumia believes in double standard. Unless you tell me that today's vice president is not somebody you can trust. It's not somebody you can place premium on. He must be consistent. And you people must be consistent. If the vice president in 2016 himself verbally told the people of Ghana that President Mahama has indeed fixed Doomso, he has no business, and the president has no business standing before Parliament and peddling such unsubstantiated allegation that he inherited Doomso. Go and check the records on the PURC. Go and check the records from Gridco. And you will realize that in the whole of 2016, we never declared load shedding. You can't concoct your own stories, fabricate your own facts, and come and stand here and misrepresent same, and think that we on the side of the NDC would buy your concocted stories. It will not wash today, it will not wash tomorrow. And let me put it on record, and this is incontrovertible evidence, that by the time we were leaving office, we had comprehensively, holistically solve the problem of Doomso that we inherited as a government. That is a fact. And the records speak for themselves. Tell me, then when did you solve Doomso? If you inherited Doomso, which day did you solve Doomso? You tell us. If you inherited Doomso, tell us when you solved it. Which month, which year? Because there can only be a terminal point. If you indeed inherited Doomso, you must tell us that by January or February 2018 or 2017, you resolve Doomso. This issue of inheritance of Doomso can only be a figment of the imagination of people who do not understand the energy sector. And as far as I remain the ranking member, I will not allow this false narrative to continue without it being challenged.
A letter to my 25-year-old self. Well, you know I don't do things by the book. You know that I think out of the box, and I really try to do justice to whatever it is you ask me to come and do. So, first of all, which is very unusual for me, I'm going to read the text because I normally speak freely. So bear with me if I don't look up and try and keep your attention. Just listen to what I have to say. So, as I said, I'm not known to do things by the book. So when my dear friend Mary asked me to write a letter to my 25-year-old self, I wondered, I wondered what I'd tell my 25-year-old self that would help to influence my destiny. So much so that my forever 29-year-old self now, note, forever 29, would be standing here telling you all that she made all the right choices and now has a wonderful, happy, fulfilled life. I wondered. A pretty tall order, ladies, and the few gentlemen that we've allowed into the room with us here today. Although loving the idea of this challenge, it was difficult, as I believe many of the speakers have already communicated to her. So, acting on instinct, like I said, I don't do things by the book, I felt it best to start, with your permission, with a note to my 13-year-old self. The 13-year-old self that lived through the most profound and formative year of my life, before then ending with some words to the 25-year-old Auma, if I may. So, it's a letter to myself. Dear little Auma, the year has just begun, and in a few days you'll be 13 years old. Once again, you turn 13 with the new year, in perfect time to move to the next stage of your life. Born on the 8th of January, forget about the year, I remember the thrill you always felt at being exactly the right age for each academic year. Perfect. You walked into every new school year with new books, new uniform, new shoes, new hairstyle, courtesy of your dear grandmother. She was the best cornrow braider in the world, as far as I'm concerned. And a new birthday looming. All new, squeaky clean, and fresh. The thrill of it all never waned. Even if after a few months, normalcy kicked in, and the news seemed to be just a repeat of the year before, only harder, with fewer excuses for not being able to be up to the mark. That year in particular, turning 13, moving from primary school to secondary school, you felt responsibility creeping in on you, telling you you are no longer a child, that you are now a young woman that had to give up her tomboyish ways, tree climbing, I love that, still have the scars, football, and other childish antiques, because now you had to sit right, move right, and take up womanly responsibilities. What you loved to do most, sports, and more than anything, playing with your friends, both in school and out, was now somewhat frowned upon. More often than not, you heard, girls can't, don't do this or that. Or because you're a girl, you have to do this, that, or the other. You were slow to mature. You could not see beyond school and play, did not have a clue about life, did not understand the restrictions and limitations that were being thrown in your way. So you rebelled. And rightly so, little Auma. You questioned why. And the question became, to the despair of your father, a fixture in your vocabulary. But only seldom did you get an answer that justified the expectations of you as a girl. The why very often invoked the response, because you are a girl, or because that is expected of you as a girl. In other words, no real explanation at all was given beyond the fact that you were a girl. So growing up, the only girl among brothers, same as you, each day was a challenge to prove that you were more than just a girl. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with being a girl. Bar the monthly menstrual period that came with excruciating pain that would incapacitate you for several days at a time, I believe you loved being a girl. However, you wanted to be more than that. You wanted to be appreciated, respected as a human being, a notion that at that time was hard for most to conceptualize. No doubt it was a struggle being the only girl in your household. Long story short, as you approached the age of 13, your world was turned upside down. The divorce of your parents shortly before was followed by a sense of abandonment that became your constant companion from then on. You retreated into your shell, introvert, shy, spoke very little to very few. Hard to believe when I think of the older you, who now has a powerful voice. They are one and the same. So take heart, dear little girl. everything is going to be all right. Let me reassure you that everything is going to be all right. Do not hide away. Do not go into yourself, slowly but surely killing that bubbly extrovert, confident, cheeky go-getter that you are. Whether you believe it or not, you will be okay. The abandonment that you feel does not equate to not being loved, nor to not being worthy of love. How I wish I could have been there for you. Be your friend, your constant companion, giving you strength to overcome the pain that you are experiencing, show you that you are not alone. So much happened following that divorce. Entry into secondary school, almost fatal accident of your father, followed by the hunger years. Yes, the hunger years. His unemployment, no money for rent, no money for food, and practically homelessness. Thank God for boarding school. It saved your life. So much in such a short period of time. Terrifying. Terrifying to be 13 and feel totally, utterly helpless and alone. I applaud you for making it through that year. That year you learned a lesson in resilience, a lesson that will help you through the years to follow. You literally drowned your fears and pain in competitive sport, swimming, track and field, anything extracurricular. But most of all, you swam. You swam, a loner sport, because that is what you became, a loner. I can't fault the sport and the extracurricular activities. That you did right. Even though you did not know it at that time, with all the activities you were involved in, you were developing your personality, building your character, learning your strengths, and most of all, learning not to give up, learning that you could count on you. I wish I had been there to tell you that you alone was not enough. To tell you that you did not have to do it all by yourself, that you could not heal the pain all alone, that you could not make it through life depending only on you. I would have told you that it was okay to ask for and to seek the help of others. Such a mistake to think you could go it alone. A mistake to feel you could not count on others, could not expect others to support you. The notion of unconditional love, unconditional sacrifice did not exist for you. Did I forget to mention that the divorce involved your father and your stepmother, with whom you had lived from the age of 4 after your mother and father separated? The same stepmother who told you she could not love you as her own when you were 10. The same stepmother that left only with your 2 younger brothers her own. The notion of unconditional love, unconditional sacrifice did not exist for you. She confirmed this when she left. She left you with a sense that love had to be earned, that one had to be grateful for the receipt of it, and that there was nothing unconditional about it. You were not yet 13 at that time. How I wish I could have been there to tell you that it is respect that has to be learned. That it is respect that has to be earned, not love. Love is given, is received unconditionally. But I was not there. You figured it out yourself and came to the conclusion that the best way to survive, to make it in life, was to never ever rely on anyone to care for you. That, so you concluded, was your job. 12 years later, now you are 25 years old. You have already achieved so much. Scholarship to study abroad, completed your bachelor and master's, tutorial fellow at the best university in your country, and about to embark on your doctorate. Focus, focus, focus. That you have got right for sure. You have friends, even a stable relationship. But deep down, you plan alone. You are a loner. We rely only on you, making sure you cover all bases so that if let down by others, you do not fall through the cracks. Your armor is watertight, and any disappointing encounters along the way solidify your resolve to rely just on you. Dear 25-year-old Aoma, you have become a wonderful, strong woman. Do not deny yourself by not really letting anyone into your life. Do not mistrust love and constantly put it to the test. You cannot determine nor predict anyone's love or commitment to you. Just give of yourself so that you can receive in equal measure. Because I know that under that strength, that resilience, lies a deeply wounded soul that cannot believe, cannot trust that they can be loved unconditionally, even if it is just for a moment. Dearest Auma, dearest 25-year-old Auma, if there's one thing I would tell you now that I should have known then, it is that you must not listen to the voice of that wounded 13-year-old that you were, that twice abandoned child that did not believe that she was worthy of being loved. Look around you and see all the love that you are receiving. Do not feel that it is only because you are giving as a condition. Believe in it for itself. Embrace it. Nurture it. And do not question or doubt it. Do not be afraid of it. Do not ask yourself whether or not you deserve it. Do not worry about whether or not it will last. Enjoy it. Live it in the moment. Do not let fear of abandonment and your cynicism blind you to it. Do not drain yourself of love by giving to others and not retanking by letting others love you back. I know what I'm talking about because I've watched you through the years. I've watched you give so much love while refusing to truly allow yourself to receive the same. Dear young Auma, love does not need to be earned. It is given unconditionally. All you have to do is embrace it. Let yourself be loved. You do not need to first deserve it. This is the surest sign of loving yourself. You will continue to succeed, to achieve a lot, I'm sure of that, off of your own back, solo. You will be admired, and many will see you as a role model, first as an accomplished human being, and then as a woman. That you have achieved. But with all of that, dear Auma, please do not, in the process, forget to take care of you. Give 100% of you, and you will be okay. In order to help you navigate this complex world of ours, look to others to care for you, to help and to guide you, and trust that they will. Basically, dear Auma, give Auma, the caregiver, a break. But at the same time, choose your role models well, because to quote the late Desmond Tutu, none of us comes into the world fully formed. We would not know how to think or walk or speak or behave as human beings unless we learned it from other human beings. We need other human beings in order to be human. Remember that, dear 25-year-old Auma, always. Happy Superwoman's Day from your much-loved, very much older self, Auma.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
They didn't allow people to vote. Nobody's accusing of overvoting because the beavers. And if the overvoting happens, everybody are going to court now. The beavers, we expose them in court.
Did you know that there are more Ghanaians in Nigeria than any part of the world? Well, now you know. That is the reason why happenings and events in Nigeria are of great importance to Ghanaians. Today on the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV, we take a deep dive into the Nigerian election and the learnings we can take from it as a country. My name is Daniel Odro. Today I sit with 3 Nigerians as they give us an insight into the Nigerian election. You're welcome to the Lowdown. Gentlemen, good day and welcome to the Lowdown. I'll let you start by mentioning your name so that I don't get it wrong. So let's start from you. You are from the APC.
Yes.
But what's your name and what's your position?
My name's Otumba Lukman Taiwo Bakari.
Okay.
I'm the Director of Marketing Public Affairs Tinubu Shatima campaign and the APC Greater Accra Chairman.
Okay. Babatunde is a journalist with us. Babatunde Adiola is in charge of mynigeria.com. It's an online portal. It's a sister station or a sister website of GhanaWeb.com. And he would also give us an insight from a journalistic perspective on how he covered the Nigerian election.
My name is Chukwemeka. I'm a coordinator for Dynamic Ambassador for P2B in Ghana here. And we are working to have a new Nigeria.
Okay, all right. Let me start from you, because a lot of Ghanaians really resonate with Peter Obi and the fact that he was able to amass a lot of following on social media, especially from the youth. Are you disappointed that Obi did not cross the line and become president of Nigeria this year?
No, not the word disappointed. I'm so excited that Nigerians voted for Obi. And if you have followed the election very well, you realize that Obi suffered a lot of casualty. And there's no politician in the world that have done what Obi done in this very short period, less than a year. But the reason he did that is because he have a great antecedent that we followed, and we know what he have done in Anambra State as a governor. Obi is somebody who creates a lot of wealth, and he tried to save those monies for the betterness of humanity. Okay. He moved education from the last to the first point, the health to the last to the first point. Road network was his antecedent. And when all these things were revealed to the young men, and we realized that this is the kind of person we needed for Nigeria, we all moved towards him and follow him. Some of us who normally roam around the corridors of politics normally support, maybe PDP, APC, and all the old parties. But we didn't show up. From all walks of life, from all corners of Nigeria, the youth get up behind him. Because he says that he's going to move Nigeria forward from consumption to production. And you know what the problem of Nigeria is? We have a lot of area land where we can cultivate and export, but it's in the West because there's no government support. Okay. If you go to the hinterland, if you go to the street of Lagos, Abuja, the street of all the major cities in Nigeria, you see the young men doing all manner of casual work, illegality, like Agboros in Lagos went on with that. And the government are driving with 4x4, and you see one governor moving with about 40 Land Cruisers or Prados, as the case may be. In Nigeria, they like Lexus more.
Fueled by the state.
Yeah, fueled by the state. And you see him talking big, and most of the people who is the APS will be, taking advantage of others and creating a lot of nuisance. This is what we
wanted to fix.
And the youth understand his point. And they voted for him.
The news coming in this morning is that he's filed a suit at the court to challenge the election results. Do you genuinely believe that even though he did well, he actually won this election?
The court of Nigeria should come to the aid of Nigeria, because Nigeria is at age of collapse. Why did I say that? This election was full of deceit. Before the election, what we were told to do is to support our candidate and vote.
Yeah.
You will be hearing something like, get your PVC, get your PVC.
Yeah.
Because the INEC told everybody that the election will count, your vote will count. and we're all excited about it. Because if you have watched Nigeria elections, the turn up is always low.
Yes, very low.
Very low. People don't want to get involved. But incidentally, this year is lower, where we have more people registered. Which is a irony of life. I don't understand how that works. But that is not true. People really turn up. But their vote did not count.
Okay.
What happened? INEC shut their server before the election. And nothing can be connected.
Okay.
And the vote of the people were rewriting the state. The governors took over. And all the state to be won was 10 against him. And this is very, very ridiculous.
But Obi won in Nigeria, in Lagos. He won in.
In fact, the score in Lagos, according to the two strong room that we have from another party and ours, is over 900 votes against 150 something of APC, the presidential candidate. Okay. It was now shared almost equal, 472 and 572 and 583. So you just realize that the deed was much. INEC have become a fraudulent institution, and I'm not going to withdraw it. If they are not, they would have done better. Election have been rigged in a different way you used to know. Like you see them buying the votes, pushing people to vote against their will, but then when they collect the money, they will vote. But this time, everybody was ready to vote for me, and we voted for him. Instead of allowing this vote to count, INEC refused. That is strange. So if the Supreme Court could not put all those things into consideration and allow this thing to stay the way it is, it means they want to create anarchy in Nigeria.
Does it mean you've already given up before the petition is looked into?
No. Why should we give up?
It looks like you don't even believe that the courts are going
to... No. We believe the court very well, but we have second option.
Okay. And that's what? The second option will be what?
To face our adversity, one-on-one.
Are you preaching chaos in Nigeria?
I'm preaching peace. You see, some of you thought that the peace is in absence of maybe crisis. No. Peace is after crisis. That's when you get real peace. Real peace comes when you fought and everybody understood the reason why you are defending your territory. Let me tell you something. If an armed robber can come to my house and take a machete and threaten me and take my phones and run away, and I remember that I have a stick that I can use to throw on him, I will do that. If I throw him to pull him down, because people in my head and people will say, "Oh, why did you wound him?" I see. I'm sorry about it. Is he wounded? Let me tell you something. We cannot continue like this. We cannot continue like this. People thought they are smart. I believe that Nigeria should change the narrative for all Africans to follow. The Europeans that were running into, do you know that if you bring visa for, there's no country in the world aside Africa that people will not go from Nigeria and Ghana. There's no country in the world. All the Asians, you can take somebody to banana or plantation, they will be okay there because there's what security, there's at least food, there's a light, there's whatever amenities, and people don't need much. They don't need much. What they needed is a peace of mind. But our case is totally different. You can, even as some of us who feel that we are comfortable, Master, you are not comfortable in anything.
Okay.
You go to a village, people are lined up depending on you to give them what? Give them what? And when the people are telling me they are dropping out the WAEC exam, they cannot register, they don't have money, and I was shocked. And I'm going to connect to register for many people because there's a trouble. If my children were able to go to school and all my brother's children could not continue, what I am building? I'm building a collapsed house.
Okay. All right. I'll come back to you. Otumba, your candidate has won. I mean, Tinubu is managed, we call him the landlord of Lagos, managed to win. But first of all, he lost in Lagos, where he is proclaimed to be the landlord. Lost to Obi in Lagos. And secondly, if you combine the vote of the two opposition parties, they had more than the winner, which is Tinubu. Does that mean that more Nigerians do not want his candidature?
Thank you for having me again. Tinubu came into politics in 1991. He won Lagos West senatorial seat in 1992. He fought the military when they annulled the 1993 election won by MKO Abiola. He was detained. His house was burnt. He went to exile. He continued with Nadeko fighting them. In 1998, when we're done with the military rules, when we are going to the Fourth Republic, he has to return back. He wanted to go back to Senate. But the leaders of the Southwest said, no, you have done enough to regain this democracy. Come and manage Lagos State. He won in 1999, sorry. He won the election again in 2003, when the rest of the Southwest governors lost. Obasanjo rigged them out. When he was leaving, he brought somebody, his predecessor, which is Babatunde Fashola, the current Minister of Work and Housing today. He won. They won again in 2011. He won in 2019. Look at the number of, he won in 2015, won in 2019. So why this year story is different?
Yes.
If Obi is so good,
yeah,
he won election in 2006. He won in 2006, right? He finished in 2010. He won another one in 2010, right? When he was going in 2014, he brought Obiano. But he has brought two people. He has supported PDP candidate in the 2018. He lost. He supported PDP candidate in 2022. He lost. So does that mean he is not good enough for the people of Anambra? But haven't I said that? Lagos is cosmopolitan state. So, and we should be able to understand that what happened in Lagos will surely happen. People don't understand the policy of the scarcity of Naira. A lot of people were affected, and they took their anger to the poll. So we expected that. But haven't I said that? The policy was not well implemented. But Mr. President needs to make a statement and do something with that. But he knows that we have to pay price for the scarcity of Naira, because we felt the effect of scarcity of Naira during the election. This is the first time we've never experienced vote buying. That should have been the music of the opposition today, that they have used the Nigerian money to buy vote for the party.
Okay.
And when there was no vote buying, I couldn't see one. I'm still expecting people to send me video that this is where they are buying votes, because there was no Naira. And that was the intention of Mr. President. And I give glories to God that at least it affected us, but we have achieved something with it. What I don't understand about that, the question I was asking is, are we going to change Naira again in next 4 years? So, but by then, I think we must have found a policy or how to eradicate vote buying. That one is number one. There was nothing like overvoting. That's the good job of introduction of beavers. Nobody's talking about that.
Are you sure nobody's talking about that?
Nobody's talking about overvoting. What they are talking about is, they said they intimidated them. They didn't allow people to vote. Nobody's accusing of overvoting, because the beavers. And if the overvoting happens, everybody are going to court now. The beavers, we expose them in court, because we have seen that in the last Osun State election, that is in tribunal now, when the APC accused the PDP that one that they did overvoting. At the end of the day, when we got to tribunal, we could see that both of them did overvoting when they brought the beavers out. That's the same thing that will happen. The Labour will be able to explain how they got 93, 94% in Southeast when it never happened in any other region in Nigeria. So everybody should be going there. When you go there, the APC as well will take their case in, and they will also take that. But what I'm saying is, I've not seen any of the PDP or Labour to state areas that they've rigged them.
Okay.
If you are claiming that they've rigged you, you should be able to pull down the evidence. That is when you are behaving as a patriotic citizen. When you are putting information out without evidence, I think you are causing so much harm to your country and to the institution like INEC. When he was talking, he was making some unaccepted statements towards INEC, and that's very, very unfair. If Obi had won, I'm not sure he would have made those statements against the institution. And we need to be very careful. What we are saying today, other countries will use it against us tomorrow. And that is why we have to be very careful. The beavers, people are not talking about it. Once you go, during election day, when you go, you have to go for accreditation and go back home. Maybe after 1 hour, you have to come back. The beavers has helped. It makes the process to be very speedy. You just do your accreditation and straight up you vote. And that's what, even with the scarcity of money, it affected the logistic of the INEC. Okay. And a few weeks to the election, the INEC chairman went to meet the CBN governor that, look, this issue of scarcity, they need money, they need to sort out logistic. But the Labour Party, Excellency Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar, they were the ones supporting the scarcity of money, that we are complaining because we want to use the money to buy vote. Okay. And at the end of the day, they were the ones saying that the logistic did not arrive early. How did you want the logistic to arrive early when there is no money to pay? Okay. So we need to be sincere with ourselves. So what I'm waiting for people now, when people are saying election is not credible, what are your definitions? Where are your facts? The definition of when elections are not credible, bring out areas that we have crisis. We agree that we have crisis. Everything, we don't expect everywhere to be perfect. Even America, over 200 years democracy, they have crisis. We experienced it in 2020. Okay. So if we have crisis, bring the list of areas. I want to learn from people, because this democracy is not something that it will be perfect overnight. It's a process. Yeah. And as we are moving, we'll be learning. If you said we have crisis, do we have crisis in 100 polling units?
I'm sure they'll provide all of that.
Even people that we are communicating with now, they should tell us. They should tell us if we are communicating in a sitting, in a discussion like this. They should be able to state it. We have a 606 polling units. 606 polling units. And let's now look at it. Let's do the statistic.
Otumba, let's go for a break, and then we will continue with the conversation. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. I'm having a conversation with 3 Nigerians, one a journalist, one with the ruling APC, which has broken the 8th, which Ghana's MPP is attempting to do come next year, and also a member of the Labour Party. We call them obedience in Ghana. When we return, we'll look at the future of Nigeria under Tinubu and whether or not that is the best way to go. Nigeria's success is very fundamental to the sub-region and the entire African continent, which is why it's important to discuss their election and the fallout of that election. My name is Daniel Odro. Back after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back from the break. This is still the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. We're having a conversation about the Nigerian election. I'm here with Chukwuemeka Nanji, who is a convener of the Labour Party representing the Obedient. And he is of the firm belief that there was voter suppression and rigging in the just ended Nigerian election. Otumba Lukman Taiwo Bakari is also from the APC, and his candidate has just won an election, even though it's by only 37%. But he believes that Nigeria is heading in the right direction. Babatunde Adiola is editor at mynigeria.com, and he followed the Nigerian election. Baba, what were your learnings and the coverage of this election, even though you are not on the ground, you covered it with your team here? What was different from this election compared to previous elections?
Yeah, I think the beavers first, because...
So it's the first time the beavers were being used?
Yeah, this is the first time the beavers have been used in an election of this magnitude. The off-cycle elections in Anambra, in Ekiti, and Osun, so it was implemented.
Okay.
And it was actually very, very successful. So,
but those were in small numbers?
In smaller numbers. But in a general number, or in a bigger scale, this was the first time the machine was actually introduced. And also, the conversation has been about the mode of transmission. Okay. You know? So now the opposition and of course the ruling party are arguing that INEC broke its own rule You know, INEC was supposed to transmit the results from the polling unit to an INEC server. You know, then from the INEC server, it's uploaded to the IREF portal.
Let me ask you,
the IREF portal is basically a portal where Nigerians and anybody interested in the poll could go view the results. Unfortunately, instead of INEC waiting for all the results to be uploaded on the IREF portal, it began announcing the results of the elections prior to uploading it. You know, and that caused an uproar on social media. The conversation about that particular mistake started on Saturday around 9-ish, 10-ish, and that was when social media went agog. And they released a statement that it was a technical glitch, you know, and they still wanted to proceed with announcing the results. But irrespective, that has been a controversy. And like you said, Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar are going to court to challenge INEC, basically. They've demanded for the results of the elections, you know. So that's so far so good. That is where we have that is where we are with regard to the political parties. And again, this election has been one of the most competitive. You know, Nigeria has never had these voters registering for a particular elections. 93 million of them. Most of them were young Nigerians who actually wanted to cast their votes to ensure their votes counted. And 87.3 or so collected their PVC. So we expected a very, very huge turnout. Now, what is the conversation? The opposition, Labour Party, are saying, actually, Nigerians actually did go to the poll, but again, there was voter apathy, there was voter suppression. There are videos that have actually come out to explain that, okay, this could be the reason why the voter turnout was low. The ruling party are also, giving the excuse with regard to why we had just 23 million or 25 million Nigerians coming out to vote out of 87 million, you know, which signifies the least in Nigeria's history, 27%. You know, that is another thing social media was talking about. And the whole euphoria that surrounded Peter Obi, this is the first time, I guess, in any African democracy,
there's been a third force.
That has been a third force. I know in Ghana we've had
NPP, NDC. Yeah, we have Augustine Ndum and Co.
The Abu Sakaras also.
In the past we had the likes of Guzitando and Co forming their own parties.
Yes, who have actually tried to compete with the two institutional parties. But this is the first time that we've seen in an African democracy a third force actually do well in a presidential election. It has never happened before, and I'm sure Peter Obi and Obedience must be commended for what they've done so far.
Okay, all right. Let me come back to you, Chukwuemeka. Would Obi take solace in the fact that relatively he's young, relatively, even at 61, he has an opportunity to come back in 4 years to compete again. He would have learned his lessons. He would have had enough time to reach out to the people and the Nigerian people to vote for him.
All right, thank you very much. Before I come back to you as well, let me use the opportunity to thank all the Nigerians who have voted for Labour Party and Obedient. And I'm also thanking Ghanaians who have prayed for us. Keep on receiving your calls and text messages encouraging us. And I can tell you that the Nigerian people have done it again. They have set the pace for every African country to pick, irrespective of what the outcome may be for now. The young people and the old people went out and voted for a new Nigeria that they expect to have. Whatever happens is a history, but let me tell you, there's no solace to be taken for anything. Nobody cares whether Obi becomes president or not. That is not our business. His Excellency Peter Obi, I'm not sure he wish or that is his heart desire to become president of Nigeria. What happened, if I will explain to you, is that his lifestyle have shown that this is what we need in a leader. Leadership must be moderate, must be honesty, his integrity life must be shown by the way he does things. He shouldn't be somebody who wastes, and he should have the people at heart. That is what Obi have done as a private businessman. Obi joined political ranks at a very old age. He's the chairman of a bank. He bought the highest share of a bank in Nigeria through his trading activities. He's not somebody who goes to government house to look for contract to supply and get change figures. So, based on that line of action or the lifestyle base, when they forced him to run as a politician and convinced him and he agreed, by him saying what his antecedents have been, people now, buy into that. And that is how Obedient was born. Before Obedient, we used to have what we call articulated. That was Atiku Abubakar.
Okay.
And the PDP was ruling. But you see, the problem and difference between articulated and Obedient is that Atiku had been in the government, and this government have not said well about him. In fact, there's a lot of corruption allegation on him that is on the social media, even to the extent that his principal or his boss was able to say that this man have consumed a lot of Nigerian money. He could not attract the young people.
Okay.
Though he did well by attracting politicians who wanted to go maybe left from the right. But Obi case attract the young people because he was able to tell them that this is what I'm going to do. And you will know a man by what he says, know him well by what he do, and you know him very well by what he gave. Obi said something that they have done. When he became the governor of the state, I have said before, he changed a lot of things. Many people who did not know Anambra State, which is a state, a region like you call in Ghana, Anambra is like Ashanti. In a lot of things, they resemble. They have a lot of rich men. They have a lot of power brokers. You can never be a governor of Anambra State and perform well. It is impossible before Obi. It is impossible. You can never.
Why is that?
The reason is that everything is being hijacked by the people. They are rich. In fact, it will be very difficult for you to see somebody as a politician that will come and stand for election and is one of the top richest. No. Those guys are there like they are there, they relax. And when you come, they will tell you what to do. Okay. So, and one of the policies Obi brought out to tackle them is this far that when you call, this is Chief Agudebo 1, I would like to see you, His Excellency. I say, okay, sir, please, what time do you give me? I will come to your house. Obi says he don't want to buy them champagne because these people will not drink anything less than champagne.
Okay.
So you have to agree to visit you. Don't come to the government house.
So the government will buy you champagne.
So the government will not buy the champagne. You have the money, so you buy the champagne. Let's drink. And the Obi is not ready to take the champagne.
Okay.
So if you give him water, he drinks and move away. So whatever you want to tell him, you tell him. He sustained the tempo of the Anambra and make the place work out again. The road network became the best in Nigeria. He was able to win a lot of all these million challenge goals. The standard that's set by international communities. He reduced the poverty level. He reduced the employment level of the state, and the state was able to move forward. Those testimonies is what the young people heard, and they said, this man have to come and replicate what they have done in Anambra in Nigeria.
So he has another opportunity to, assuming that he doesn't succeed with this petition.
We cannot continue with this, and let me just tell you, for the fact that you are supporting a vote today, because it favors you, be careful, because next time it may not favor you. We want to stop illegality in Nigeria, and we are going to stop it. And it's people that will do that. When the election was about to commence, I said this election 2023 is going to be a fight between Nigerians and the politicians. And I hope and pray that Nigerians will win. Many people say amen to that, people do not say amen. But then let me explain what I mean by that. The politician, who is a politician in Nigeria? A politician in Nigeria is, most of them are jobless individual who doesn't have any work. You see them spending above their incomes. Can you believe that a member, not a member, a leader of the parliament sent out, I think he was even holding gun himself, but they burned opposition parties' office and killed 3 people. They're still in police custody as we speak now. These politicians do not believe anything good for Nigerians. The only thing they care about is themselves. They can flew, when the election was about to come, there are some people who call themselves G5 governors. Can you imagine, my brother, they flew from here to Europe and spend days and come back again and dance and go get back again, private jet, and come back again. They were doing this and I said Nigeria is a patient place. It's already in our neck. We can't continue this way. And if you to keep quiet and and allow this thing to happen, I would be surprised. Because what, you see, we're already dead, we're not living. There's nobody telling you that he's living in Nigeria. Otumba is here, he can tell you where the running water in Lagos, which is a big city. Every water that runs is a borehole in every house.
In Lagos?
Yes. If there is, maybe in a few, look, I'm not sure it can come up to 2 local governments. That's the bad as it is. They said they're talking about we are exposing Nigeria. I'm going to expose them more. They're not doing well. Why should I keep quiet? I've been joining Ghana for more than almost 30 years now, and my people are suffering. I'm comfortable here. I have more house in Ghana than what I have in Nigeria. But I can't keep quiet. My house is even hot, even when there's air condition in. The food I eat have become sour in my mouth because my people are suffering. And I can't continue like this. We have the resources. It's only the management. We see the manager. Why are you forcing him out? The Nigerian people voted for me. He had more vote than anybody. In Rivers, the Governor Wike destroyed all the results. In Lagos, they destroyed the Agboros, did everything to suppress people. They were chasing some people that are sure they will vote for Labour Party. The issue is this. We need support of international community. And their support is that they should talk to the old man to go and rest. Tinubu did not win this election that announced him. Some of the irregularities in this election is laughable. Some people are telling that the election of 2019 are being used for 2023. And some people were saying, I think we see where I think Bauchi and Gombe was having the same scorecard. 133 for APC, 133 for PDP, with this whatever thing. The same thing, is that election. We find out that the election result of state was written on 20th on computer. It shows. But the INEC official will tell you that they are not receiving the electronic, they receive the documents, the hard copy. Yeah. So it was on 26th they received or 27th. But it shows in all the screen that this thing was prepared on 20th February.
Okay.
You see, the high level of irregularity on this, don't talk about the server that was shut down. The INEC intentionally shut their server down on the election day, which you have told everybody that when you are voting, you vote. Your vote will transfer or transmit or transfer whatever, because we're looking for word name to, deceive somebody. They say we didn't say transmit, we didn't say transfer. But okay, let me use the word everybody knows. Send. Should be sent from the polling unit to the server. That was not done. At least that enough would have cancelled this election.
Okay.
And we are calling for cancellation of the election, whoever is famous, whichever way. Let us go back and do the right thing.
Okay. So that's Chukwuemeka. Chukwuemeka is a convener for the Labour Party in Accra, Ghana. Usually this program is a very short 30 minutes program, but there's a lot to talk about. So we'll do this in 2 parts. We'll end the first part of this interview here, and then we'll have a part 2 because there's a lot more to discuss. What's the future of Nigeria going to look like? It looks like Chukwuemeka and obedience once the elections are annulled. But does Nigeria even have the finances to organize another election at this point? There's more of the answers in the part 2 of this interview. My name is Daniel Ojo. This has been another edition of The Lowdown.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia want on Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
I think that when the incident happened, we did our own field investigation. So I had a team of lawyers that were on the field on the day the incident happened and collected information on the issue. In fact, the day and then the second day we collected data on what had happened on the ground. Now, our information clearly showed that bad policing, negligent policing led to the death of the deceased. Why do I say so? This is a person coming into the mall that you have met, holding a bag which you consider to be suspicious, and you wanted to search him. The man, initially, you had some altercation, you refused that, don't search me and all that. In fact, he wanted them even to go to the police station so he can be searched there. You refused and insisted. So, according to the police statement, he picked something and began to run and then swallow the thing. Obviously, I was part of the autopsy report. Obviously, he didn't swallow, because if he swallowed something, it must be in your stomach. But the autopsy showed that whatever was claimed that he swallowed, whether it was an absolute truth by police or not, the thing had choked him. Now, assuming that for we ordinary persons, even when you are eating, whatever you are doing, if you get choked on something, your first reaction is an attempt to either vomit the thing or get the thing out. But this didn't happen in the case of Shadrach, because when he attempted to run, the police officer began to scream, "Thief, thief, thief." So people at the mall assisted to have him apprehended. Now, having arrested him, you put him in handcuffs. By the law, he then is placed in what we call lawful custody of the police. And when you are in lawful custody of the police, you are not supposed to be touched. And that is why, even if it were an armed robber or somebody people are beating, once the police take charge of the person, nobody touches the person again. And it is the police's duty to then shield the person, protect the person, and send the person to the nearest police station. If there are medical concerns, you have to send the person immediately to the nearest hospital. Now, having placed the person in your lawful custody, you then allow him to be beaten. So people were now beating him and then using tasers to tase him. So, assuming this substance the person has attempted to swallow is choking him, so the person is choking on this substance. At the same time, you are beating him, you are tasing him, and he's in handcuffs. How can he survive this? How can he survive this? So, you continue in that manner until the guy fell on the ground and was rolling on the ground. They were still tasing him on the ground until the guy went unconscious. Having gone unconscious, one would have thought that if you have arrested somebody and says there's something he attempted to swallow, whatever, you should be taking him to the nearest hospital to retrieve it because it's your exhibit. The person having now gone unconscious on the ground, you then remove the handcuffs and then you abandon him. This is how Ghana Police Service behaved. It took the intervention of a bystander who then assisted him to the nearest hospital, but the doctor said he was gone. The guy was dead.
Thank you very much, Kojo. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, let me thank you for this pleasant opportunity to address you on the shortage of some childhood vaccines in the country and matters arising and the outbreak of measles in the WHO thing. And the outbreak of measles in the northern region. The Ministry of Health has been seriously concerned about the shortage of some childhood vaccines and their effect on the vaccination program in the country. This is a major source of worry for the ministry, partners, caregivers, and the population. We are aware of the implications of the shortages, including disease outbreaks and effects on child survival. The expanded program on immunization, EPI, has been a flagship disease control program in the country, and arguably one of the best programs, if not the best, in the sub-region, with high coverage levels of over 95%. We have an established system for forecasting, procurement, supply, and distribution of routine vaccines and monitoring their use. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is true that we have had some vaccine shortages in the country since the last quarter of 2022. The vaccines in short supply are BCG, measles, rubella, and oral polio vaccine, OPV. This shortage is nationwide. The recent shortage in vaccines for measles, as regrettably as it is symptomatic of the steady global decline in measles vaccination since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. And permit me to quote from a WHO recent publication on the subject that puts the challenge we are dealing with into perspective. And I will quote: measles vaccination coverage has steadily declined since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2021, a record high of nearly 40 million children missed a measles vaccine dose. 25 million children missed their first dose, and an additional 14.7 million children missed their second dose. A joint publication by the World Health Organization and the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports. This decline is a significant setback in global progress towards achieving and maintaining measles elimination, and leaves millions of children susceptible to infection. In 2021, there were an estimated 9 million cases and 128,000 deaths from measles worldwide. 22 countries experienced large and disruptive outbreaks. Declines in vaccine coverage, weakened measles surveillance, and continued interruptions and delays in immunization activities due to COVID-19, as well as persistent large outbreaks in 2022. Meaning that measles is an imminent threat in every region of the world. The paradox of the pandemic is that while vaccines against COVID-19 were developed in record time and developed and deployed in the largest vaccination campaign in history, routine immunization programs were badly disrupted, and millions of kids missed out of life-saving vaccinations against deadly diseases like measles. This was said by the WHO Director General, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus. Getting immunization programs back on track is absolutely critical. Behind every statistic in this report is a child at risk of a preventer.
That even members of the diplomatic corps feel able to join in our national discourse. Mr. Speaker, President Akufo-Addo has forgotten that he summoned the diplomatic community to Peduasi on Tuesday, January 28, 2020, and issued them with a stern warning to stop commenting on national issues in our country. That is the record of President Akufo-Addo.
Yet today he turns around and says that there is freedom of speech. An intolerant person who is unhappy about dissent. You are begging the German government to help you beg China to forgive debt. And when the German ambassador tells you that your government is suffering from elephantiasis, you say that your party symbol is an elephant, so he should leave you alone. And you are complaining about that. Mr. Speaker, you have the defense minister stand in this chamber. This is a house of records, and claim that no government has ever provided accommodation for the military. Mr. Speaker, this house has approved loan agreements for military housing for our services under President Mahama. Mr. Speaker, the naval headquarters, the Minister for Defense, he is the minister who oversees the navy of our country. The Ghana naval headquarters in Bemakam was commissioned on the 11th of August 2016 by President Mahama. That the minister doesn't know. Mr. Speaker, on the 19th of October 2012, President Mahama commissioned hangars, simulators, and aircraft for the military. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama commissioned security housing in Tema, 136 two-bedroom units and 32 three-bedroom flats. If those are not housing for the military, I don't know what the defense minister is talking about. Mr. Speaker, in Labadi Villas in Bemakam, which is the heart of our military installation, President Mahama commissioned housing units for officers of the Ghana Armed Forces. In Boteman, the affordable housing projects that were abandoned by President Kufuor, when President Mahama took over, 6 of those units, and I'm happy the former housing minister is here. Honorable Atachia, 6 of those 48 unit blocks were handed over to the Ghana Armed Forces and completed by the President Mahama administration. We have men of our armed forces in Boteman, in the housing units. He would attest to it. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama bought Casa passenger aircraft for our military to replace the outaged F-27 jets. He bought 4 new MH-17 helicopters for the Air Force. We bought attack helicopters also from the Russians. We bought attack planes, fighter jets from the Chinese. And you stand up and say that President Mahama did nothing for you. You have engaged, after chewing ballot papers in this chamber, you stand up and tell us that President Mahama did not do anything.
Honorable Sam George, kindly withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, did the honorable member not chew ballot papers on the 9th of the 6th and 7th when we chose you as second deputy speaker?
Honorable member, please withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, what are you asking me to withdraw? That Honorable Carlos Ahinka, on the 9th of January 6th and 7th, chewed ballot papers and ran away like a thief being chased by the police in this chamber. Are you asking me to withdraw that truth? Mr. Speaker,
honorable member, sit down.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of focusing on the substance, I oblige you. Everybody knows that Carlos did it, but you say I should withdraw, I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, you see, when I said the president has engaged the debt exchange program with the truth, the president stood in this chamber, these hallowed chambers of parliament, looked Ghanaians in the face and said that his government has constructed more fiber optic cable than any government in this Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing further away from the truth. Anybody admitting that it will be tantamount to admitting that our president carries an Afro punk on his head. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible. Because I will give you the breakdown of our fiber optic holding in this country. And Mr. Speaker, look, when it comes to the Eastern Corridor fiber, which currently is the longest fiber chain in our country, yesterday the Minister for Communications tried to play hanky-panky with the facts. That project was a Danida-sponsored project under President Mahama. Sword was cut for it by the former minority leader, Haruna Idrisu. And I have in my hands the report dated 27 September 2012, where Honorable Haruna Idrisu, as Minister for Communication at the time, with President Mahama having taken over after the demise of Professor Mills, was the minister who cut sword for the Eastern Corridor fiber. 800 kilometers of fiber, starting from Ho, running through communities like Jasikan, Bushegu, Goku, Gendi. 122 communities along the Eastern Corridor connected. Government of Ghana project. Under this ministry, under this current government, they did an extension from Ho to Accra, 165 kilometers. It is only under this government that 165 kilometers is greater than 800 kilometers. That is why our economy is in reverse gear, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, I hold in my hands evidence of President Mahama cutting sword for the commissioning of the project in Ho. This was done on Monday, 18th May 2015. 6 minutes. Mr. Speaker, listen, Mr. Speaker, if we want to talk about the holdings of fiber in our country, let us state for the facts what the fiber in our country is. We have what we call the metro fiber. Mr. Speaker, we have the Bema campus, 40 kilometers of fiber, commissioned in 2016. Is that President Akufo-Addo? No. Kolebu campus, 35 kilometers, commissioned in 2016. Is that President Akufo-Addo? No. Accra Metro fiber, of fiber, commissioned in 2016. Is that President Akufo-Addo? No. Tamale Metro, 51 kilometers of fiber, commissioned by President Akufo-Addo? No. Home Metro, 30 kilometers, commissioned by President Akufo-Addo? No. So which fiber has President Akufo-Addo commissioned? Mr. Speaker, let me even give you further evidence from the National Communications Authority that since 2017, only 5 entities have been given fiber spectrum licenses in this country. Only 5 since 2017. The first one is Comsys. And at the time Comsys was given their fiber license, they already had fiber infrastructure built under the NDC. And Mr. Speaker, in all I have said, I have spoken about government infrastructure, what is owned by government. I have not spoken about private sector. I will come to that if time permits me. But Comsys already, which is private sector, had fiber built and commissioned in 2016 and only got their license in 2017. So you cannot say that that fiber belongs to this administration. The second was Spectrum Fiber. Spectrum Fiber was granted license in 2017, a Spectrum license. Spectrum Fiber is the only one that you can suggest has started a fiber project under this government. And Mr. Speaker, we are truthful, we tell the truth. The Western Corridor Fiber. But again, the Western Corridor Fiber is a PPP arrangement started under Edward Omane-Boamah as Minister for Communication in 2015. It is a World Bank funded project. In fact, the funding for that project, even today, is partly funded by the GIF, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, again, started by John Mahama. That is funding that project that is doing the Western Corridor under this government. So how then do you say this government has done more? Mr. Speaker, Gridco is the third company that has been given fiber license since 2017. Gridco has over 3,600 kilometers of fiber. That aerial fiber was strung and in place under the NDC administration when I served on the board of the National IT Agency between 2013 and 2016. Mr. Speaker, we had a partnership agreement with Gridco already to be carrying aerial fiber. So how then can President Akufo-Addo come and stand here and tell the world that Gridco fiber came up under his term? Mr. Speaker, that's a debt exchange program with the truth. Mr. Speaker, the fourth entity is Vobis. Vobis is another entity that already had
infrastructure. So how then will he come here and say that he owns it? Mr. Speaker, the fifth one is Group Vivendi Africa. Group Vivendi Africa has just started building fiber. Mr. Speaker, the current fiber holding in the entire country, Ghana today, if you put all of our fiber holding, is slightly under 7,000 kilometers of fiber. Mr. Speaker, of that 7,000 kilometers of fiber, 5,780 kilometers were constructed between 2012 and 2016. So how then do you tell me that President Akufo-Addo will be telling the truth if he comes to tell these people here, comes to tell us in this house that his government has built more fiber? Mr. Speaker, I told you I didn't even want to go into private ones. Because if I was to go into private ones, Mr. Speaker, under the NDC, Google. Let me wrap up. Mr. Speaker, Google Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Google Ghana. And I hold in my hands evidence. On the 3rd of October 2015, show it to the camera. Google Ghana launched a 1,200 kilometer fiber project under the NDC administration. Mr. Speaker, Messrs. Internet Solutions, under the NDC administration. Again, Mr. Speaker, here it is. Evidence, no they lie. We speak with facts. We don't chew ballot papers. Mr. Speaker, $15 million metro fiber by Messrs. Internet Solutions. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on. We have built 119 LTE base stations. Mr. Speaker, and in wrapping up, when the national security operatives are misbehaving on the orders of persons in government and they are carrying big GOTA phones, the infrastructure that backs that GOTA phone is the LTE base stations built by the NDC under John Dramani Mahama, 119 base stations.
Thank you very much.
What have you done for that sector?
Honorable Sam
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We will not let it pass. The LTE wasn't built by John Mahama. It was started like before. It was not built by John Mahama. No.
Honorable member, if you have a contrary information, you'll be given opportunity for you to. Honorable member, if you have a contrary information, you will be given the opportunity to do that. So now it is the turn of Honorable Alex Tete.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, you have 10 minutes.
Oh, I'm representing my chairman, so you should give me 15 minutes.
Honorable, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion moved by our Deputy Majority Leader. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic, for discharging his constitutional mandate. Mr. Speaker, Article 34, Clause 2 of 1992 Constitution states the President shall report to Parliament at least once a year in all the steps taken to ensure the realization of the policy objectives contained in this chapter, and in particular, the realization of basic human rights, a healthy economy, the right to work, the right to good health care, and the right to education. Mr. Speaker, my question is that, as Mr. President has he actually delivered in this particular objective outlined by this principle? One will say that, Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, we are all in this country. There was no COVID. We couldn't provide 24 electricity for Ghanaians. We are all in this country. There was no global crisis. We couldn't pay nurses' allowance. We are all in this country. There is no Ukraine. We couldn't pay teachers that we hired for 2 years. We were able to pay only 3 months to them. Yes. It is only the MPP government came and created this legacy debt. Are we saying that MPP has done nothing to Ghanaians? Mr. Speaker, we are in this country. When COVID started, as the members of Parliament were rationed to actually buy welfare buckets and other items for our constituents. Today, we are telling Nana Rodankwa and his government, that upon all what they have done for Ghanaians in terms of prevention and other things in the COVID era, we are telling this government that he has actually spent the money in waste. We have benefited as members of parliament when this COVID arises. Mr. Speaker, we were here, some of our colleagues nearly died. It is the government through Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo that we have gotten back our life. And today, we are telling Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo that he has done nothing for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are not ready to go back and face this economic hardship through the NDC. We have realized what the NDC has done for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, Ghana today, as I speak, Nana Addo has said in his statement that no government in our fourth republic has been able to construct more roads than Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And I have in my hands this book that has the details, roads that have been completed from 2017 to 2022. And I challenge both sides from the House that not single member of this House can tell us this out that there is no single road network in his or her constituency has been tied or has been improved in this particular administration. Yes. Mr. Speaker. Yes. Mr. Speaker. Sit down. Yes. Mr. Speaker, every constituency in this nation has gotten improved or tied roads in his constituency. Yes. And I challenge my friends from the other side to actually come out and say there is no evidence on that. Mr. Speaker, today as I speak, you can realize that the MPP government introduced the free senior high school, which my friends were saying that it is not a good policy. But this year placement, Mr. Speaker, as soon as Minister of Education entered this house, members from the other side trooped to the minister to actually praise their awards and their nephews in age categorical schools. If it is not a proper or it is not a policy that is good for Ghanaians, why are they rising on the minister to praise their awards? Mr. Speaker, I challenge members in this house that we can pay for our children's school fees. Who has actually said, or who has actually said that I'm a rich man in this country, I can offer or I can pay my school children fee? Nobody. Yes. And today we are telling Ghanaians that government has provided free senior high school for our children. Government has wasted our money. Mr. Speaker, if you borrow to invest in guinea fowls, and the guinea fowls cannot be found, is it not part of our debt? If you borrow to brand bus, and the bus cannot be accounted, is it not reckless spending? Yes. Mr. Speaker, if you borrow, or if you collect taxpayers' money to develop the nation, and you use the taxpayers' money to give it to your cronies or your friends, like Wyoming, and we cannot get the money back, are you expecting which government to come and pay? Yes. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I heard Mr. Hagan, Honorable Hagan, saying that there is no activities in the road sector. And he actually mentioned that some of the interchanges were started by the former President John Mahama. I want to find out from my colleagues if they can tell this house the contractors who actually started some of these particular interchanges. Yes. Like Pejuase, like Nungwa, and other interchanges that yesterday he mentioned. If actually they can provide us with the contractors who actually started this particular work. And who cut the short. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this is not a green book. It's a green book work. This one is actual work that has been done by the Ministry of Roads. Yes. And my ranking member and my former ranking, which is now my minority chief whip, can attest to it. That this book is actual work that has been done. This is not a green book. Yes. Mr. Speaker, let me state, in page 6 of the President's speech, he made mention that 518 million grants and loans have been distributed to small-scale enterprises for them to survive the scale that we went through the COVID. And today, my colleagues from the other side are telling Ghanaians that it's a waste of money. Mr. Speaker, In the health sector, government has done a yeoman job in the health sector. And typically, if you come to Western and Western North, in my constituency, on the 20th of this month, His Excellency the Vice President of the Republic will commission a hospital that has been built by Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo government. Mr. Speaker, on the road sector, if you go to Western North, in the Green Book of our former colleagues, our contemporary to Seviyo also, actually was stated that they have completed the road. It is the MPP government who started in 2018. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, 66 kilometers of the roads, 50 kilometers of the roads have been done, remaining 17 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, work is ongoing in Daboso, in Kwanta to Asampane. Government has completed the work from Dadieso to Enchi. Government has completed the road network from Akontomra to Dadieso. Mr. Speaker, a lot can be mentioned in the road sector. And I'm glad that our able Minister of Roads, Nana Amwakwata, Ghanaians must recommend him and thank him for the wonderful job that he has done in the road sector. Mr. Speaker, you have benefited from the roads. So, Mr. Speaker, let us face the fact that government has come and government has come, but Nana Dankwa, upon all these challenges, has done what he could as a government. Mr. Speaker, let me tell my friends from the other side that they should actually support government in this challenge time and help Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo to bring our economy back. Government has done it before. When we came to power in 2017, all were pointing to a good sign until the COVID. And I'm challenging my friends, if there is no COVID, why do they take the job of the COVID vaccine? We have all suffered in our constituency. Today, government has worked to save our lives. And we are telling government that whatever he has spent in the COVID is a waste of money. Ghanaians are listening. Ghanaians are witness what the NDC or my colleagues are telling Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, if you read the Bible, Zechariah chapter 7 verse 9, in the paragraph 3, said, show mercy and compassion to everyone. Nana Dankwa has shown mercy and compassion to Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, if you read chapter 7 verse 10, the same Zechariah,
Honorable Member,
said you shouldn't
after your
oppress.
second quotation, then you begin to.
I hear, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Zechariah chapter 7 verse 10 said, with your permission I read, and oppress not the widows, nor the fatherless, the stranger, nor the poor, and let none of your image or imagine evil against his brother. What I want to tell my colleagues from the other side, that government has done well, and government has performed tremendously in the health, rules and everything. Government has saved our life. We should stop the evil planning against government. Rather, we should all come together as a one country and help Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his government to actually help the economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tete. We turn to Honorable Isaac Ejay Manson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the debate on the SONA. Mr. Speaker, let no one deceive him or himself that Nana Akufo-Addo hasn't built roads. Indeed, he has built roads. But let no one also say that Nana Akufo-Addo has built roads more than any government since the Fourth Republic. It is not true today, and it's not true tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, the facts are there. The incontrovertible facts are there. We have in this document, this book are full of errors. It is erroneous, it is misrepresented, and it cannot be held to be true. My colleague talked about the fact that all these interchanges were built by Nana Addo, and that we should quote one company that we say, during our time, we are awarded the contract to. Mr. Speaker, flower pot interchange. The Minister will bear testimony. The flower pot interchange was awarded by President Mahama in 2016 to China Railways Corporation, number 5. It is incontrovertible. It is there, so my colleague, that is for you. The facts are there, and I'm challenging them. The Minister is here. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have talked about the interchanges. It is clear we are not to boast about interchanges. Otherwise, if you tell us that East Legon underpass is a credit, we would have gone to Sofo Line. The Sofo Line interchange was completed or done by the NDC government. But that said, I want to put it on record, Mr. Speaker, there is incontrovertible source of evidence that displays or that tests as the performance of every regime. This source is our own budget statements. Respective budget statements yearly they tell you the performance of each government. Indeed, in the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Mr. Speaker, there is that column in our performance, in the report, that talks about performance, about the previous year, and talks about performance in the ensuing year, when we call that outlook. In that report, it tells you the periodic maintenance work. Mr. Speaker, what is periodic maintenance? Periodic maintenance is that gives longer life to our roads. And we talk about asphalt overlay, we talk about rehabilitation, we talk about bitumen surfacing, and so on. Then we also have the routine maintenance. Mr. Speaker, routine maintenance is that gives temporal life to our roads. And indeed, it allows the roads to last very longer. What is in the budget statement I'm going to talk about is about the periodic maintenance. It is the periodic maintenance that Nana Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, okay, which is not true. Mr. Speaker, so in the respective budget statement for 2009 to 2016, but it is good, and it is instructive, Mr. Speaker. Let him check into the books, the data, the fact that was given to us. In page 5, it is indicated, Mr. Speaker, that NDC since 2009 to 2016 did build 4,636 kilometers of road. This is factually inaccurate. And indeed, NDC MPP Nana Akufo-Addo from 2016 to 2022 has built 11,974 kilometers. It is factually inaccurate. Mr. Speaker, and that is why I'm referring to the budget statement. In the budget statement of 2009, because they are saying that 2009, 2016, NDC government performed or built 4,600 roads. But in the budget statement for 2009, paragraph 362, paragraph 365, and paragraph 370 for trunk, feeder, and urban roads, the road constructed or built was 2,393 kilometers. In 2010, you found that in budget statement 2011, paragraph 413, paragraph 416, and paragraph 420, the total roads built was 4,516. Then in 2012 and 2013, we have them all. Together, it amounted to 9,553.22 kilometers. That stands in the name of President Mills for his first time. Mr. Speaker, in the second time, it's incontrovertible. Take your budget statement, and you can get this thing from www. Go to the www.moffac.ghana.gov.ghana. You can get this from Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, so the second term of NDC, 2013 to 2016, incontrovertible fact. Budget statement for 2014, you have paragraph 75. Budget statement for 2015, paragraph 495. Budget statement for 2016, in paragraph 569. Budget statement for 2017, paragraph 506. In total, it is 5,995 kilometers. When you bring that together, Mr. Speaker, then you are arriving at 50,545.22 kilometers, standing in the name of NDC. Mr. Speaker, What has happened to Nana Akufo-Addo? Why do I say that budget statement? It is incontrovertible source. This document is full of errors. In my constituency, for instance, in page 386, Wasi to Ateku, it is shown in this book, Mr. Minister, that this road was constructed by Nana Akufo-Addo, and that's not true. This road was constructed by President Mahama by the small construction limited and the Chinese company, Gina Company Limited. It wasn't constructed by Nana Akufo-Addo. Again, in page 218, column 388, Takwa, Amwanda, Hunivale Daman Road, which was constructed by President Mahama. There were 3 contractors, Catro, Wilhelm, and Godislav. They constructed this road. By 2016 it was done. Now it is in this book that they constructed. So this book is full of errors. And that is why we need to go to the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement is incontrovertible, and that is very clear. So let me go forward, Mr. Speaker. So at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, let's see what happened to Nana Akufo-Addo. In Nana Akufo-Addo's case, in 2017 to 2020, the total road that was constructed, what was built in the document, is 4,331 kilometers. You can run away from this one. And you can find that in budget statement 2018, paragraph 531, budget statement 2019, paragraph 721, budget statement 2020, paragraph 858, budget statement 2021, paragraph 831. In total, for trunk, feeder, and urban, Mr. Speaker, you have in the credit for its first term, 4,331 kilometers. For its first term. In the second term, Mr. Speaker, from 2021 to 2022, the same budget statement is incontrovertible. And that, budget statement for 2020, paragraph 867, it has said that the total road constructed for feeder, urban, and trunk was 836 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, in the budget statement for 2023, paragraph 701, we have a total road constructed to stand at 1,286. In total, it is 2,122 kilometers. When we bring this thing together, Nana Akufo-Addo has constructed 6,000, and it is clear, 6,453 kilometers, standing in the name of Nana Akufo-Addo. So 6,000 is the incontrovertible details in the budget statement. Where is this 11,000 kilometers coming from? In this report, we realize that Nana Akufo-Addo has constructed 11,000 and over. But a chunk of it, over 7,000, are routine maintenance. Routine maintenance roads are those who are not in construction. We don't count them. They are the graveling and grading and so on. The chunk of it. So it is clear that this document is gutted, it should not be accepted, it is erroneous, and today and tomorrow, Nana Akufo-Addo, of course, is concerned with roads. He's done well, but he's not the best. Mr. Speaker, when you go to the ministry, and the minister knows that, we have something called the National Road Condition Mix. Since 2017, this thing has ceased, and I'm challenging this side. They should bring us evidence that this one was, the road condition mix was done. If you do that, you know the health of the industry. Since 2017, no road condition survey has been conducted. And I challenge this side. They should bring the evidence. Instead, last year, Mr. Speaker, remember, we challenged the 10,000. And they came back and said, oh, they are projecting to construct 94,000. And that one, it is projected. It is not verifiable. As we speak to you today, it is not verifiable. Because if you see this report, there's asterisks. The engineers will tell you that when they use that asterisk, it means that it has not been validated. So as we speak now, that has not been validated. The total network for this country, certified, is 78,402 kilometers. That is what was done by President Mahama when he left office. The challenge is that this government has failed to do the road condition survey. Many contractors are not being paid. How can it happen that a government, that all contractors are complaining? Everybody is complaining. All MPs in this house do complain about their roads. Their roads are not being constructed. And that tells you that it is not good with us. So I don't want to go much, but I'm telling you.
Member, your time is
the records are swept,
to wind up.
And it cannot be true today, it cannot be true tomorrow. Nana Akufo-Addo should be placed on record. Mr. Speaker, and I plead with you, if it is possible, give this report to the committee. We'll go into it. But at the end of the day, we have demonstrated to you that records are available. That Nana Akufo-Addo indeed is not the personal president that has consulted more roles than any other government.
Honourable member, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, thank you very much. Honourable member, he's not a ranking. He's not a ranking. So please, I know what very well. So we come to Honourable Hansen Noti. Honourable Hansen Noti, Tema Central. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to contribute to the statement made on, the soda made on this floor by His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, a few days ago. Mr. Speaker, in the statement made by His Excellency, the President, he made mention or drew our attention to a few things. Most importantly, the fact that after 30 years of our democratic experience, it is important for us as representatives of the people to protect the gains that we have made in this democratic experiment. Also, he made mention of the fact that democracy is not static and that it needs nurturing. And also alluded to the fact that we have equipped ourselves since the 2020 elections and in this 8th Parliament. And for that matter, the fact that we've been able to work together with an almost quasi-hung Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in the SONA, the President made very important admissions. And most importantly, was candid with the people of Ghana. He was honest, he was truthful, and candid with the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I want to set the record straight, just as the President did. He started with what has transpired in the past, where we are today, and where he wants us to go. Mr. Speaker, setting the record straight. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, between 2017 and 2020, we reduced inflation to its lowest, the lowest since 1992. Secondly, for the first time in 40 years, we had a fiscal deficit that was below 5% of our GDP for 3 consecutive years. Yes. Mr. Speaker, our currency depreciation was at its lowest. However, Mr. Speaker, if you compare that to what had transpired between 2012 and 2016, obviously, Mr. Speaker, we were doing very, very well. However, Mr. Speaker, being truthful to the people of Ghana, the President admitted that but for the war in Ukraine, but for the war on the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, we would have been doing much, 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 much better as an economy. All these difficulties that we're going through wouldn't have been there. Mr. Speaker, until 2020, I had never heard of the word COVID before.
Yes.
Many of us in this room had never heard of COVID. For Ebola, we had heard of Ebola. We had heard of cholera. We had dealt with them before. But many of us, I didn't say you, I said many of us had not heard of COVID before. Mr. Speaker, COVID is the only disease that we couldn't see, we couldn't hear, we didn't know, had no color, had no taste, and was killing Ghanaians and, for that matter, everybody in this world. COVID is the only disease that had the capacity of keeping everybody in the world in his room for 3 weeks.
Yes.
Everybody was under curfew for 3 weeks. on a disease that we didn't know. And Mr. Speaker, we fought it like a war. When there's fire in your home, you quench it with any water that is available. Whether it's clean water, it's good water, it's water in the fridge. The most important thing is to quench the fire. And we did exactly that. And the president said that he wants to save lives. And he was going to use all means possible to do exactly that. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we did. For nothing at all, we have accounted to the people through the auditing of the COVID funds, Mr. Speaker. We have accounted to the people, or our government has done exactly so. And these are tangible things that we have done. Mr. Speaker, for nothing at all, we provided micro loans to Ghanaians, most especially our women, so that they could continue to feed their families or continue to run their business or keep themselves afloat. Mr. Speaker, we spent over 518 million Ghana cedis on these small loans. Mr. Speaker, our health workers and our colleagues on the other side maybe have short memories, just as the former president, His Excellency John Mahama, said in December 2013, that Ghanaians have short memories. And that's why we forget the achievements that he has chalked for this country. To paraphrase, Mr. Speaker, we are not forgetful, but we need to remind them consistently of the achievements that His Excellency the President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has achieved for the people of Ghana. Even during COVID, we were creating jobs. We created over 58,000 jobs in the health sector alone. Mr. Speaker, it has not all been doom and gloom. The security sector, we have created in fact, we have supplied them with over 104 armored personnel carriers, 70 utility troop carrying vehicles, 20 armored vehicles, 85 assorted Toyota vehicles, 50 Ankai buses, Mr. Speaker, 40 jeeps, J8 vehicles. For our Navy, we've supplied them with not less than 4 offshore patrol vessels. Mr. Speaker, all these in very difficult, trying times that we find ourselves in as a country. Mr. Speaker, our judiciary have not been left behind. We've provided over 120 courthouses. 6 regional high courts. Offices and accommodation for our justices of the high courts and appeal courts. Mr. Speaker, 210 vehicles for the justices of the High Court, Appeal Court, and the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, there's no country under the sun that can develop without science. Yes. For the first time in our history, we have built 10 brand new STEM schools. Mr. Speaker, these schools are some of the best that you can find in this country today. When you go to Abuja, there are schools in Ghana, or in fact, the schools, science schools in Ghana, where students don't even have the opportunity to do titration before they write their final exams. But today, we have built STEM schools that we believe would change the fortunes of Ghana in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, tell them. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you know, our opponents on the other side have been throwing dust into the eyes of Ghanaians that we have found a way of taking money out of the pockets of our poor pensioners. Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely not true. The DDEP was a voluntary program. And underline voluntary. It's a voluntary program. You decide to participate. And Mr. Speaker, because Ghanaians have confidence in the ability of this government to manage the economy and turn things around, we had an 85% participation rate in the new bonds that were issued. Mr. Speaker, these are the things that we have done to make sure that post-COVID, Ghana will still be growing. Mr. Speaker,
To go from the president and to conclude, he says that throughout history, there are many instances of nations going through periods where dark clouds create shadows that momentarily shield the yearn for vision from sight. Mr. Speaker, yes, there may be dark clouds hanging on us. The dark clouds have not completely dissipated, but we believe in the ability of His Excellency the President and His able Vice President, Dr. Baumia. We have the men to lead us so that we clear these storms. And Mr. Speaker, the storm will soon be over, and Ghana and Ghanaians will see the brightness of the day. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, you have to conclude. Quote from His Excellency the President. He says, fellow Ghanaians, let us believe in ourselves. That's the most important thing. If we believe in ourselves and in our capacity to overcome the problems that are before us, obviously we'll be able to ride the storm, and Ghana would be the victor for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You start now. Good job. Good job.
Well, thank you. Let me now come to Honorable Member for Bongo.
Thank you.
Bongo man himself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Edward Bauer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion.
Honorable, you have 10 minutes.
Oh, you've stopped me in the middle, so you add 2 minutes to me.
I'll add 2 seconds to you. So just
that this House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the State of the Nation address delivered on March 8, 2023. But before I do that, Mr. Speaker, the last speaker indicated that under the NDC we could not even give kids the opportunity to titrate or perform basic titration in the laboratories. But one thing he did not tell people is that even today, kids do not have tables and chairs to sit down and even understand the basic principles of the mole concept before they go into the laboratory to titrate. And that is one thing that he should know. Mr. Speaker.
Members, please.
Mr. Speaker, but the truth of the matter is this. When we were kids, I remember, and I was privileged to go to a mission school like you also went to mission school. I was privileged to go there. And we were taught basic values of speaking the truth. And that if you spoke the truth, it was something that you were seen and respected because your truth or your word was what people could rely on. Unfortunately, when you grow old and you say it, because it is something that is so abominable, even when the grown-up say something that is not true, usually in most cultures they say, oh, you have forgotten. Because it is simply not comprehensible to understand that somebody who is as old as over 60 years will say things that are not true. So you always say, oh, I think you forgot. I say this because, you see, if you have a situation where you blatantly change records and come to Parliament, and because you were not speaking under oath, you can say them and go scot-free, then it's dangerous. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, when the finance minister came here to present the budget on rural electrification in terms of access to electricity, this is what the finance minister said. That under rural electrification, 1,212 communities were connected to the national grid, increasing the national access rate from 80.5% to 83.24%. He was reporting the 2016 figures. Mr. Speaker, when the president came here just a few days ago, this is what he said. Mr. Speaker, we are now at the most difficult stage of electricity provision around the country. The parts that are left are very difficult to access. The national electricity access rate increased from 79.3, not the 83.24 reported by his own finance minister, in 2016 to 88.54 in 2022. When did the figure move from 83.25 as reported in 2017, as part of the performance in 2016, to 79 point something. And this is a president who is making this statement. And he wants me, a common member of parliament, to accord him with all the respect and take his words for what they mean when he makes statements like this. But I can understand. If you look at the previous governments before him, everybody has outperformed him. And the only way to behave right was to reduce the performance of somebody so that he can also have a very big percentage gap. I say this because when the National Electricity, access program came into being, in somewhere in 1990, the rate, in terms of access rate to electricity, was just 15%. That was under President Rawlings. By 2000, when he was leaving government, the access rate had increased to 45%. President Akufo came and increased it from 45% to 54%. And that was in 2008, December. From 2009 to 2016, it moved from 54% to 83.25% as reported by the finance minister, who happens to be the president's own cousin, in 2017. So for the president to come and indicate that the access rate as in 2016, December, was 79 point something, was simply very disappointing. And I remember that day when he was talking, some of the members of the MPP who are seized with these facts, including my own chairman, I saw him squeeze his face because I realized that these things were not very true. Mr. Speaker, the next point I want to talk about has to do with one important issue that the president did not talk about. And to be very sincere, we thank God for the intervention and the mercies he gives us. Or else this country would have spent 1.3 billion on an investment that was going to yield nothing. You recall that just a few days ago, AGM Petroleum issued a statement indicating that they were relinquishing their interest in the South Deep Water Tunnel block. The reason they gave was that the information in that discovery was not enough for them to proceed in terms of investments. But Mr. Speaker, you know you are a member of the Mines and Energy Committee. In 2021, the president and his team came to this house and told us that Aker Energy and then AGM Petroleum, both owned by one single businessman from Norway, that they were going to offload part of their shares. If you recall, they said they were offloading 70% of the the South Water and Deep Water Tunnel block, and then 37% of the Aker block. And that, based on their own valuation, it was supposed to be 1.3 billion. And they wanted this house to approve the acquisition. They had indicated to us that the economic management team had approved this transaction. You recall that the minority said that we did not have enough information to move on and to approve this particular deal. Particularly, if you look at the block that has been relinquished today, they had valued it at $700 million. $700 million. The block that has been relinquished today, the valuation that was presented to Parliament was about $700 million. We said this was a scam. We said this was a trick to ensure that Ghana loses money. People fought against us. 2 years after that, the same company that was going to sell the thing for us for 700 million have told us that they are relinquishing their interest in it because they do not see that particular investment as viable. My question I need to ask today is this: whose interest was it when this particular deal was brought to Parliament? Because I cannot for a moment believe that the economic management team, chaired by the Vice President, could superintend over this and recommend to Parliament that we should approve this deal. The Ake deal. The one you asked that we should give you 1.3 billion to go and acquire. And 2 years after that, the same company that wants to sell that deal to the block to you says that we are no longer interested. Take it. Because you know why? Initially, we are told them that if you look at the issues of crude oil development, when you first discover oil, it is not enough. You need to conduct an appraisal test to determine the commerciality of the particular discovery. If you have not done that, you don't move on. Even your financiers will not give you money. And indeed, Aken Energy and AGM Petroleum knew that they had not conducted the appraisals. And so if they were to go to any bank or any financial institution, they were not going to get funding for it. Even if they decided to offload their shares on any of the stock exchange, they were not going to get people to buy those shares. And so they decided that in collaboration with their partners within government, that let's saddle Ghana with this and let Ghana part away with $1.3 billion. That is why I am indicating that we must not just leave it at the point of just saying that they have relinquished it, but who are their collaborators within government who almost tricked us? We need to be able to do that. We need to investigate this further. 2, Mr. Speaker, you will realize that, and to be very sincere with you, the president came to the house here looking so excited, saying that, oh, based on a particular initiative I brought into being, that's the goal for oil, that, oh, I've been able to reduce fuel prices from 23 cedis per liter to about 12 point something cedis per liter, and he was proud about it. I wish God really gave me the confidence the president has to look straight into Ghanaians and still articulate your failure as an achievement.
Honorable, your time is up.
5 minutes more. Oh,
and you should be winding up. You know the time is
yes,
there. You can look at it.
Mr. Speaker, all I need to say in this particular area is this: in 2016, a gallon of petrol was 14 cedis. Gallon. Under Akufo-Addo, people bought a gallon of fuel for 103 Ghana cedis. And he was still bold enough to look at us and say that he has done well. But Mr. Speaker, I just hope and pray that at the committee that I belong with you, that we'll have an opportunity to digest this. Because the truth of the matter is that our grandfather, our father, some people call him uncle and brother, has not been truthful to Ghanaians. And the unfortunate part of it is that he comes to Parliament and then through his teeth, he can lie.
Honourable Member.
Thank you very much for your opportunity.
Honourable Member, thank you. Honourable Member, thank you very much. Honourable Asunaba, I don't think I will give you the opportunity.
I wanted to seek your opinion. For a sitting member of Parliament to say that the head of state, the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, came here to lie. I mean, this is not forensic language. It's serious. I wanted to seek your opinion on that. It's very unparliamentary. The president came to lie. That's a serious matter.
Yes.
That's a very, very serious matter. So please, my very good brother, if you want to withdraw what you said, because it carries serious implications for this nation. The international community is listening to what we are doing in this chamber. To say that the president came to this house to lie with the greatest of respect is very unparliamentary, and I will crave your indulgence that it should withdraw that statement.
Yes.
The other gentleman is in contempt of the chair. Yes. Where your people will not want to use meters, but I want to enjoy electricity.
Honourable members, please.
Yes. We have been installing meters for you and we are in contempt of the chair.
Honourable Bauer, can you put it differently for us?
I respect Honourable Atachia very much. And he understands the English language better than me. But I do not know the definition. When somebody says something that is not true, what is it called? But you are saying that per the definition. I shouldn't use the definition here. I should say what is palatable to the ears. The president deliberately misrepresented facts. I'm using that in place of lies.
Well.
Is that okay?
Well.
Okay.
So we turn to Honorable Semester Tete. Honorable, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes. Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a vice chairman of a committee. I think I'm entitled to 15 minutes.
Honorable members, the vice chairman are allocated 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House thank His Excellency the President of the Republic for the message on the state of the nation which he delivered to Parliament on Wednesday, 8 March 2023. Mr. Speaker, it is important to thank His Excellency the President having delivered a speech that is concise, a speech that is apt, a speech that tells the true state of our nation, Ghana, and indeed, Parliament has every reason to thank Mr. President, not just for the statement, but indeed how Mr. President has carried on this country in times of difficulty. Mr. Speaker, the President has been truthful to this country and having accepted the challenge that this country is going through some difficulties. But indeed, in the face of all the difficulties and the challenges, the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces has not run away from his responsibilities to the good people of this country, and he has lived up to the billing. Mr. President told us where he took this country from, and people had problems with the President taking us back from 2017 to 2020 before what our brothers from the other side don't want to hear in this country. Mr. Speaker, the President has said up to 2022, we've had a fiscal deficit below 5% of GDP for 3 years in a row. This is an achievement that everybody is proud of, including our friends from the other side, to the extent that the Fiscal Responsibility Act was passed by this August House. But for COVID, I'm not too sure that Parliament will grant the Ministry of Finance and the government for that matter an opportunity to relax or to suspend that Fiscal Responsibility Act for the government to expend money to be able to save lives and the economy of this country. The statement of Mr. President that we know how to bring back the economy, but it is difficult to bring back lost lives. Today, that statement is true. And Mr. President, in his statement, to say that last year we were having to buy a liter of petroleum products of 23 cedis per liter. Today, it is come down to 12.95. Mr. President even said 13. It could not be an accident. That could not be an accident. It did not happen by way of an accident. When he was going up, the President and his team are being blamed for escalating prices of petroleum products. But when it's coming down, people want us to believe that it is an accident. The irony of our stance on matters of national interest. Mr. President, again, Mr. President again said to this House that the balance of trade up to 2020 December was in a surplus. But for COVID, people do not want us to talk about COVID. But the impact of COVID in the global supply chain is felt everywhere. Where a container, shipping charges of a container shot from $4,000 to $14,000. Was that also caused by the president and his team? Mr. Speaker, that cannot be said to be the fault of the president and his team. Where an economy had gone to sleep without production for 3 solid weeks, obviously the Minister of Finance came to this house and told us that the revenue stream of this country had gone down and expenditure had gone up. A cumulative effect of about 13% of GDP. This is a huge hole that it will take time to fill it back. Mr. Speaker, in some of the achievements of the president, why we say this house must thank him. In 2017, when we inherited the reins of governance in this country, the total number of libraries for the entire country was only 61. Only 61. Mr. Speaker, as of 2022 December, we can now count 115 libraries, well-stocked libraries across the country. Even in the face of all the challenges, we are making gains. What I want to urge this August House to do, that we should be mindful of how we run down this country. Unemployment rate, we know when we inherited this economy, we had Youth or Graduate Unemployment Association in this country. Government has taken different steps to ensure that we reduce the incidence of unemployment, even in the face of COVID. That is why the president had told this August House that in the face of COVID, we didn't go to sleep. We thought of the small, medium businesses in this country, where we had to expend 518 million to support over 302 small-scale businesses in this country. And today we are celebrating women as part of the International Women's Day celebration. Mr. Speaker, the number of businesses that were supported, majority of them are women-led businesses in this country. And the statistics are available. Out of the number, 36% were male businesses and 64% are female businesses. That is the way we develop a country. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has the biggest or the largest medical drone supplies ever in the world. And we think that we have not done anything as a country. Mr. Speaker, what we've been able to do for youth and youth unemployment, TVET, last year, 2021, the total enrollment of TVET, vocational and technical skills, that is so necessary for the development of this country, Mr. Speaker, stood at only 13,000. At the end of 2022, it shot up to 47,000. That is remarkable. If we don't develop the skills and the technical ability of our young people, this country will not be able to develop.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in 2022, TVET Council alone services had employed over 34,000 of our young people into various sectors of TVET education in this country.
Yes.
And that is a fact.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
yes, listen.
I wish my brother Sam George is in the chamber. He's misled this house to say that GOTA was introduced by former President John Mahama. Let me remind him that it was started by former President Kufuor under the command of the late Commander Major Owusu Adansi, retired, of blessed memory. If he cares to know, that cannot be the part of the records of former president. And let me also say, the Eastern Corridor fiber optic indeed was started in 2012 by the former NDC administration. But we can count only 800 kilometers of fiber optic in the Eastern Corridor. The NPP, standing true with our faith of private sector-led development of this country, partnered Spectrum Fiber to develop 2,500 kilometers
of the Western Corridor Road, and we are still continuing. So when he comes here to say these are private led, indeed the MPP believes in a private led. That is why we support and build the capacity of the private sector to take the steps and develop this country. That cannot be said to be true. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House that we must count our blessings and name them one by one. In other jurisdictions where they produce much oil than our country, they are queuing for petroleum products. In this country, by the special grace of God and by the diligence of the President, we are not queuing for petroleum products in this country. We are not queuing for petroleum products in this country. Rather, the prices of it are coming down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and I urge the House to join me in thanking Mr. President for a splendid speech delivered to this August House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. You are the only person who didn't allow me to prompt you that your time is getting up. I give you thumbs up. So, I'll now, Motara, you are now here. You want to speak? Are you sure? Okay, I'm giving you the floor. You have 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today is Friday. Today is Friday.
Your time has started.
No, today is Friday, and I actually went to pray for the country. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I'll begin by recommending a book for His Excellency the President to read. I have one, I can make it available. I would urge His Excellency the President to go read the autobiography of Malcolm X. And in that book, he made a famous statement. He says, and I quote, "I am for truth no matter who says it. I am for justice no matter who is it for or against. I'm a human being first and foremost. As such, I am for whoever and whatever benefits humanity as a whole." The President appeared before this House to deliver his State of the Nation's address, as enjoined to do so by Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution. The Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution expects the President to tell us nothing but the truth. Unfortunately, when I was watching the President, and Mr. Speaker, I enjoy watching Cartoon Network. For a moment, if I didn't bring myself to speed, I thought I was watching Cartoon Network. Because in the cartoon world...
Honorable, no. I wouldn't take this.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying how
Honorable member, I wouldn't take this. No.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, please withdraw. No. I wouldn't take this.
Mr. Speaker, if I cannot express how I felt because you feel uncomfortable with it, I withdraw.
Withdraw, yes.
I was just expressing my feeling. I enjoy watching Cartoon Network. I never knew it is a crime to watch Cartoon Network and express same.
Honorable, just withdraw. Just withdraw and go. Please.
Mr. Speaker, the President was expected to tell us the truth and nothing but the truth. The reason why Sona expects the President to tell us the truth, the President...
Put our withdraw. Oh, leader, he has withdrawn. I've asked him to withdraw. Please expunge that aspect from the record.
Mr. Speaker, the indiscipline is too much. Mr. Speaker, if you want to confront me intellectually. And Mr. Speaker asked me to withdraw, and I did say, perhaps you are not even paying attention. Don't allow emotions to lead you to temptation. Right, Honorable Speaker, the President was expected to tell us nothing but the truth. The reason why the framers of the Constitution expect the President to tell us nothing but the truth is that the President has a privileged position, that he has access to information that all of us do not have. And therefore, he owes us a duty and a responsibility when he appears before this House. He is appearing literally before the people of this country. So he must tell us the truth. Telling us the truth will help us to plan in terms of our finances, will help us to plan in terms of our social lives, will help us to plan in terms of security. Unfortunately, we experience the direct opposite of what truth is. Right, Honorable Speaker,
I hold a first degree in psychology. And if you are looking at the stages of growth, there is something we call concrete operational stage of a child growth. Children who are at that stage, they blame everybody for their woes except themselves. And I guess that was what was demonstrated on this floor. Every single problem that we are experiencing in this country was blamed on everybody except the president. But I will use a moment to unpack the absolute untruths that were peddled in this house. His Excellency the President told us, don't blame me for the woes. I came and met debts. I did only SHS economics. The Deputy Minister for Finance here, who was my very good friend on campus, did economics. And I said, no, yeah. He was my good friend, Mr. Speaker. The economics that I did tells me that when you borrowed over 400 billion and someone borrowed 40 billion, you can't look into our miserable faces and told us we shouldn't blame you because you borrowed, you came and met debts. President Mahama inherited a debt of a little over 80 billion. Debt that started from independence. And by the time he left office, he left a debt of a little over 120 billion. Today, this president has borrowed over 480 billion. Yet he had the guts to look into our face and tell us that don't blame me for the woes. Blame the fact that I inherited debt. And what is there to show? Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm not going to talk about what President Mahama did with the 40 billion he borrowed. I'm just going to state what you and I know. We all live in Accra, and my good friend, John Kuma, I can carry you on my back. Rich Hospital is not far from this place. The Cycle Interchange is not far from this place. The University of Ghana Medical Center is not far from this place. The Bank Hospital is not far from this place. Tell us what you have done with the money. Tell us what you have borrowed. Right, Honorable Speaker, I have never seen a policy intervention that is geared towards industrialization that doesn't yield the results of creating jobs. The SHS economics I did tells me that when you industrialize, you grow the economy, you expand it, jobs are created. And once jobs are created, employment would have to be created. President Nana inherited an unemployment rate of 6.8. Today, per the census report that was submitted, unemployment is 17.4. It is not mediocre, which is mediocre. So it is only under this government that you have industrialization, which doesn't lead to the creation of jobs. And the president told us in this house that they have created a lot of jobs. And someone sadly also said, oh, the president has created jobs. You see, there's a popular Dubani proverb that you cannot sleep with an itching anus and do not expect to wake up with smiling fingers. Oh, it's an African proverb. Mr. Speaker, am I denied from quoting those proverbs too? That when you sleep with an itching anus, you definitely wake up with smiling fingers. The mess that is created in this country is an African proverb. Am I denied from quoting proverbs too? Right, Honorable Speaker, you need to protect me. Mr. Speaker, you need to protect me. Mr. Speaker, you need to protect. When I quoted Malcolm X, quoted Malcolm X, it was all right. Yet these same people are telling us that Ghana beyond age. Ghana beyond age. We are in Ghana. I am talking about what is created. The problems confronting us are self-inflicted. The problems we are facing today are self-inflicted. That you have unemployment rate of 6.8, you took it to 17.4. Inflation of 15%, you took it to 54+%. Debt to GDP of a little over 60%, you took it to 104%. You took a cedi to the dollar at 3.7, let's even say 4, to 13 cedis. Do you need Archimedes to rise from his tomb to tell you that we are in an absolute mess? We are in a mess. You don't need Archimedes. In fact, you don't need Honorable John Kuma, who is an economist, to tell you that this country is in a mess. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I was shocked. Mr. Speaker, I was flabbergasted that the president didn't find a space in his heart to talk about the brutality of ordinary citizens of this country. That you had men in uniform who are clothed with the power and the gun purchased by our taxes. They went there because, unfortunately and sadly, a military officer was barbarously murdered. And we all demand that the murderers should be looked for and dealt with. As a matter of fact, the police had commenced investigation to establish who murdered that military officer.
Yet you have a military attaché who went there and did what they did. And the president didn't find a little space. Of course, there isn't any space left for empathy and sympathy. If there were spaces left, the president would have expressed same when young men were murdered at Techima. The president rather pretentiously was telling us we should celebrate the Ghanaian women. Need I remind the president that the wives of the young men who were murdered during the 2020 elections for the crime of participating in the democratic process, their wives are widows today. Amesuale's wife is a widow today. And the president stood here pretentiously telling us that he cares so much about Ghanaian women. The way you can demonstrate your care for the Ghanaian women is to ensure that their husbands were murdered, their children are orphans, the education of their children are truncated. And the president stood here, looked into our miserable faces, and pretentiously indicate to us that he cares so much about Ghanaian women. There was nothing befitting, there was nothing embarrassing than what the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces did. Someone can conclude that the president knew what the military men did at the Shaman. The military high command, they are under the supervision and the authority of the Minister for Defense. No military man can do something like that in a democracy. And if they did so, and hence, having ruled, the ultimate responsibility lies on the president. And therefore, the president instructed the military men to go brutalize those young people.
Mutala, your time is getting up. Please wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. I realize that some people are uncomfortable with proverbs. Proverbs they will hear today. Right, Honorable Speaker, the reason why you find some of our colleagues who are reiterating same falsehood peddled by the president. There's a simple, popular proverb in the north that if the chief comes home with weird haircut, his children will come home with tapi joke. You know tapi joke? Tapi joke. Because the chief comes home, and the reason why the president will peddle falsehood, and you find our colleagues who do same. A guinea fowl cannot be flying, and its offsprings will be walking. So, like father,
thank you very much,
like son,
Honorable
like falsehood of the president, like falsehood of his appointees.
It's up.
With all
thank you
these
so much.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute.
We will now take the last round of debaters, and the last round will begin with Dr. Kingsley Nyako. And now, Professor Kingsley Nyako. Yes, Prof, the floor is yours.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to be part of this debate on the State of the Nation address delivered by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable Speaker, I want to put on record that the President told us the truth. All that he said were the truth. And nobody in this house, especially those on the other side, has not been able to prove an instance of an untruth in the statement. Nobody. Nobody has been able to do that. The president is an honest person. He respects the people of Ghana. He wouldn't come to this house and tell us untruth. If you believe that he says something that is not right or untrue, please provide the evidence and we'll talk about that. Honorable Speaker, it's not also true that His Excellency was the one who commanded the military to go to Ashaman and did what they did. He didn't do that. I remember in this chamber on Tuesday, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ashaman wanted to make a statement. His statement was admitted by the Right Honorable Speaker. But when he rose and asked to be allowed to make a statement, the Speaker told him that he will not allow him because he has heard a contrary information on the issue. So are you then suggesting that Mr. Speaker was also in the know of what happened there? Please, as politicians, let us be admonished and encouraged by what the President told us on Wednesday when he began his statement. He told us that we need to safeguard and protect our democracy. He told us that when something happens and there is a military adventurism in this country, the first point of call that surface is Parliament. It means that we must be guided and guarded by what we say, because if you're not careful, you will send a wrong signal to the people out there. Honorable Speaker, I want to make this point because listen to the debate, especially from the other side. It is so interesting. Everything that the president said that was done by his administration, they will claim credits. Everything was done by them. When it came to the interchanges, some of them, they said, oh, they secured, the agreement, they secured loan and all that. Everything was done by them. Honorable Speaker, I want them to understand that the Sankofa oil field was discovered by the MPP administration in the year 2006. The agreement was signed at that time. So that the Sankofa gold field, oil field was signed. Honorable Speaker, I have a document in my hand from the Ministry of Energy. That oil field, the agreement was signed in 2006. The discovery was rather in 2009. Honorable Speaker, but they claim credit for that. They are saying that they were the ones who discovered it. Can we also claim credit for that? Can we also do same? Honorable Speaker, if you don't restrain them, the NDC, they will even say that they killed Jesus Christ because everything they did. And Mr. Speaker, the University of Ghana Medical Center, I used to be a teacher there. That facility, the idea was conceived by the faculty and management of the university. In 2012, it was initiated by the late President Mills. It was commissioned by John Mahama on the 6th of January 2017. That was the phase one. The phase two started in 2018, completed and handed over to the university in 2021. The commissioning was done in June of last year. So can we also say that it was done by us? But you said that you were the ones who built it. The point I'm making is that if you read our constitution, Article 34(7) of our constitution, Mr. Speaker, it states, as much as practicable, programs and projects by every government must be continued and completed by the other administration. The point is that we must think about what we are doing to improve upon the lives of the people. And that is what this administration is doing. All the hospitals that we build, the roads we build, all the infrastructure advancement, all these, Mr. Speaker, are being done to improve the life of the people. Well, Mr. Speaker, I listened very well to the President. He told us that he wanted to set the speech within a certain context. He told us about yesterday, that's the past. He told us about today, the present, and tomorrow about the future. He set the record straight. He told us that before we took over, Ghana was not in paradise. Our colleagues should not pontificate and assume that they had over an economy that was paradise to us. It was an economy that was on an IMF program. How can an economy that was under an IMF program be a solid or robust economy? How can it be? But the point the pen was making was that we were able to make progress. We were able to make progress on the macroeconomic indicators. Is it not true that we took an economy that grew at 3.4 and averagely we did 7.0% before COVID-19 started? Mr. Speaker, is it not true that we were able to record trade surpluses on 3 consecutive years? Is it not true? Mr. Speaker, is it also not true that we did a primary positive balance 3 years on the road? Is it not true? Mr. Speaker, is it not also true that we were able to manage a currency depreciation of about 8% as compared to the 18% within that period? This government did so well. But the unexpected happened that has brought us into this situation. But Mr. Speaker, in the midst of all this government is doing her best to ensure that the Ghanaian receives the support and the best offers from her. That's what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, in these times, I remember vividly that in the year 2014 in April, without any economic challenges, we queue to buy fuel products. Mr. Speaker, we queue to buy gas, we queue to buy fuel. Even in the midst of COVID, this has not happened. It tells you that there is difference in governance. It tells you that this government is a government that governs and rules well. Go to South Africa. Go there. South Africa is one of the advanced countries on our continent. There is load shedding there, and you know that. There is doomsday there, and you know that. Mr. Speaker, we don't have doomsday here. The government is doing her best to suit the pains that we are going through. Honorable Speaker, I want our colleagues to know. I want them to know that when it comes to governance and improvement of the life of the people, this administration, this political party, is next to none. Honorable Speaker, it is true that the 2020 census report gave an unemployment rate of 13.4%. 13.4% was what the Statistical Service gave us. That was a period of 10 years, one decade, between 2010 and 2020. Mr. Speaker, they share 6 years of that period. 2010, 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Read it for 4 years out of that. So if you want to know the one that couldn't create jobs, then it is you. And you should tell us how you did at that time to reduce the unemployment burden. Tell us what you did. But at least I can tell you that we introduced DAMCO to lessen the unemployment burden. It took about 100,000 of our youth to get jobs to do. Madam Speaker, I want them also to know that when we introduce the NIA cards, at least we got some persons employed. We got some persons employed, and it also reduced the unemployment
Honorable
burden.
Professor, your time is getting up. Begin to descend for landing.
When you come to the education field, the President told us that at least 700 senior high schools have been provided with free Wi-Fi. 46 colleges of education also are enjoying free Wi-Fi. Honorable Speaker, 260 district education offices are also enjoying free Wi-Fi.
Honorable Member, your time.
We also want to give credit. We want to give credit to the Vice President for what he has done when it comes to digitization. That was why it was referred to as Yi Baumia, extraordinary Baumia, excellent Baumia, and enigmatic Baumia. Through him, we can say that we have a system that is so strong that will help us to increase our revenue, that will help us to increase our tax revenue, that will help us to make this country the progressive country that we want. On that score, Mr. Speaker, may God bless you, may you live long. But please advise our colleagues.
Honorable,
they
thank
don't
you.
have to
Honorable, thank you.
For killing Jesus.
Honorable,
may God bless you.
Thank you. Yes, you take the last person, Honorable Iche Dafiamapo.
Mr. Speaker, the House has been mandated with a lot of information, accurate information from this side.
Yes.
Very, very accurate. So I won't bore you with more. I will only set this record straight. Mr. Speaker, if you look at His Excellency's speech to the House, page 14, paragraph 2004, His Excellency told this House that his government has built 120 courthouses. Mr. Speaker, at where? And indeed, he went further to say that he should be applauded for undertaking the construction of just six high court houses in the 6 new regional capitals. Mr. Speaker, that is how low we have sunk. One president, Mr. Speaker, one president in this country built 43 high courts. 43 with a stroke of pen. I will show you. It is just 1.5 kilometers from here, Professor Mills. The new court complex.
It's one.
Houses 43 high courts under 4 different registries.
Yes.
It has 8 high court divisions.
Yes, teach them.
The general division, the commercial division, the criminal division, the probate and divorce division. Mr. Speaker, it has a human rights division. Mr. Speaker, it has a land division. The general jurisdiction alone, it has court 1 to 6. I practiced in that court. One building, one. It is sitting in the center of metropolitan Accra. One. And you initiate the construction of 6.
And you want to be celebrated. Yes.
And you want the Republic of Ghana to applaud you. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the initiative. But it comes nowhere near what Professor Mills and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama did in 1 term. Mr. Speaker, under His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, administration of justice and access to justice has been rendered more expensive. And this is how. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand a letter dated in February 2023 under the hand of the Chief Justice, giving directive that the Court of Appeals that sits in Cape Coast at Ho, Tamale, and Koforidua should be folded up until further notice.
Hey.
And I'll read. And that all the appeal cases pending before this court should go to Kumasi or Accra. Mr. Speaker, this is what the letter says. With immediate effect, all Court of Appeals sittings in the following regional capitals have been suspended indefinitely: Tamale, Ho, Koforidua, Cape Coast. Paragraph 2. All appeals from the northern sector of the country, as listed below, will be heard and determined in Kumasi, Upper West Region, Upper East Region, Northeast Region, Northern Region, Savannah Region, Bono Region, Bono East Region, Ahafo Region, Western North Region, and Ashanti Region. It went further. All appeals from the southern sector of the country, as listed below, will be held and determined in Accra, Western Region, Central Region, Eastern Region, Oti Region, Volta Region, and Greater Accra Region. Mr. Speaker, you, a good lawyer at that, and a good practitioner, if you have a matter pending before the Tamale Court of Appeal, and by a fiat of a stroke of pen, you have been told that now you must journey to the High Court, to the Court of Appeal in Kumasi to prosecute your matter. Mr. Speaker, what has been done?
What do you have to say?
Oh, and the camera, please, can you focus on the CJ's letter?
It's part of...
The point I am making is that the statement the president delivered was the State of the Nation address.
Yes, tell them.
is to tell us the state of affairs. The state of affairs within the judiciary is that citizens' access to justice has been rendered economically punitive. So that when you are in the northern region or Upper East, Upper West, you are made to travel to Kumasi to prosecute your appeals instead of Tamale. That is the point I'm making.
And I agree with you.
Yes.
That is the point I'm making.
200 cities out.
So, Mr. Speaker, this record, we cannot applaud the president for initiating countable court buildings within the judiciary, whilst collapsing multitude, rendering the citizens' access to the administration of justice more economically expensive for them. They have to pay their lawyers.
Listen to us.
They have to pay their lawyers like lawyer Atachia to travel over long distances, which will result in more legal fees for the citizens. Mr. Speaker, with this state of affairs, I can only pity my people who are before the court who are seeking justice. They have been put into more economic burden to be able to seek justice before our law courts. Mr. Speaker, it is not fair. Mr. Speaker, may I conclude by referring the House to 2 Corinthians verses 10 and 12. It says, they that measure themselves by themselves and comparing themselves among themselves, Mr. Speaker, humbly, they are not wise. This is the word of the Lord.
Thanks be to
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. You did it on a record time of 7 minutes, 7 seconds. So you've done well. Leadership, you've brought the debate for today to a close.
Mr. Speaker, the Roads Minister is here to take his questions.
Then we have to suspend the House and come back. You know, I'm here alone, and I've been here since 10. So, if you want to take the questions, fine. You give me some time and.
Yes, he will just take the questions. There are not many. Okay, Mr. Speaker, so he will take the urgent question and the rest should be
rescheduled. Very well. So we take the urgent question, which is one question, then we adjourn. Is that the agreement? Leadership, is that agreement? We take the urgent question, then we adjourn. Oh, okay. You want the hazard to take the rest has been answered, or the answers have been provided.
Mr. Speaker, the Hansard will adopt the rest. The questions have been
You have to
answered,
speak to
so
the mic. I can't hear. Speak to the mic. Leader.
He will take the urgent question and the Hansard would adapt the rest of the answers.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the fact that you have diligently served us since morning, and I can understand you may need to stretch, take a health break. I can understand. Mr. Speaker, I also acknowledge the fact that our colleague once again has made himself available to respond to questions from colleagues. Mr. Speaker, if it will not be too much for you, we can suspend for a few minutes and then come back. Mr. Speaker, for the sake of our colleagues, we may say let's postpone, but the next week you hear people complaining that they've asked their questions, the questions are not being answered. We've postponed a number of questions last week, and we are going to add some. Mr. Speaker, for instance, the first question today has been answered already. So the questioner to ask me to just tell you that that question has already been answered. So that question is already out. So if we suspend for maybe 10 minutes and come back, then we can make progress, Mr. Speaker.
10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But I saw you. I saw you going out. At least you went and took something.
And Mr. Speaker, we are at your pleasure. If you want to take 20 minutes, yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's surprising that those in government are the ones in a hurry to go on break. If they are tired of being in government, they can actually go and leave us alone. Why should we be in opposition interested in doing business than people who are in government? What is going on? Are you already tired of being in government? So, Mr. Speaker, we can take a break and come back and continue to work for the people of this country. Yes. We are ready to work for the people of this country. And the minister is ready. And we need to applaud the minister for his diligence.
Yes. Well, I'll take suspension for 10 minutes. I'll come back. 10 minutes.
Obi said he has won.
I'm sure Atiku says he has also won.
So if two people are saying they've won, one of them must be lying or both of them are lying.
They didn't rig the election, they stole it. Because rigging is what they normally do. But this time it was stolen because people have voted and they have tallied the results. And all of a sudden it changes.
And I've said it categorically several times. I've analyzed it to people several times. Me and we have spoken on phone several times. And I've told him that 1, 2, 3, 4, these are places you can never, I don't say that he won't win. I said he can never win this 2023 election.
Tinubu is almost half out. His age is old. It's not, we shouldn't be sentimental on this matter.
The Americans have a president who's over 70 years though.
Tinubu is not 70 years.
How old is he?
Is not 80 years. Listen, go and take machine and check his age.
How old is he?
Now, if Tinubu is 70 years, maybe he's very sick.
So you think he's doctored his age?
Did I think that? The way he looks, because at least if you look at me, okay, I say, I'm 25. Will you agree with me? Can I tell you that I'm at 25 now, you agree with me?
I think that when the incident happened, we did our own field investigation. So I had a team of lawyers that were on the field on the day the incident happened and collected information on the issue. In fact, the day and then the second day, we collected data on what had happened on the ground. Now, our information clearly showed that bad policing, negligent policing, led to the death of the deceased. Why do I say so? This is a person coming into the mall that you have met, holding a bag which you consider to be suspicious, and you wanted to search him. The man, initially, you had some altercation, he refused that, don't search me and all that. In fact, he wanted them even to go to the police station so he can be searched there. You refused and insisted. So, according to the police statement, he picked something and began to run and then swallow the thing. Obviously, I was part of the autopsy report. Obviously, he didn't swallow, because if he swallowed something, it must be in your stomach. But the autopsy showed that whatever was claimed that he swallowed, whether it was an absolute truth by police or not, the thing had choked him. Now, assuming that for we ordinary persons, even when you are eating, whatever you are doing, if you get choked on something, your first reaction is an attempt to either vomit the thing or get the thing out. But this didn't happen in the case of Shadrach, because when he attempted to run, the police officer began to scream, "Thief, thief, thief." So people at the mall assisted to have him apprehended. Now, having arrested him, you put him in handcuffs. By the law, he then is placed in what we call lawful custody of the police. And when you are in lawful custody of the police, you are not supposed to be touched. And that is why, even if it were an armed robber or somebody people are beating, once the police take charge of the person, nobody touches the person again. And it is the police's duty to then shield the person, protect the person, and send the person to the nearest police station. If there are medical concerns, you have to send the person immediately to the nearest hospital. Now, having placed the person in your lawful custody, you then allow him to be beaten. So people were now beating him and then using tasers to tase him. So, assuming this substance the person has attempted to swallow is choking him, so the person is choking on this substance. At the same time, you are beating him, you are tasing him, and he's in handcuffs. How can he survive this? How can he survive this? So, you continue in that manner until the guy fell on the ground and was rolling on the ground. They were still tasing him on the ground until the guy went unconscious. Having gone unconscious, one would have thought that if you have arrested somebody and he says there's something he's attempted to swallow, whatever, you should be taking him to the nearest hospital to retrieve it because it's your exhibit. The person having now gone unconscious on the ground, you then remove the handcuffs and then you abandon him. This is how Ghana Police Service behaved. It took the intervention of a bystander who then assisted him to the nearest hospital, but the doctor said he was gone. The guy was dead.
The young girls trying to venture into football but are scared because it's a male-dominated space. What are some of the things you'd like to tell them?
You can't be scared because there's enough of us now to show you it can be done. I know that it's a very daunting space to be in. No one really knows where to start, but every journey will be different. I was a print journalist, starting in rugby. Other people started in radio, other people were entertainers first and then in sports. So everybody's journey is different, and I will repeat this. Your power is in your uniqueness. There is nobody who's like you. So exactly like Omatola said earlier on, you have to lean into that. And don't be afraid. If you're passionate about it, it'll show, and that's really all you can do. When I finished matric, I had no idea what I was going to study. I didn't know. And you don't have to have everything figured out right away. I don't think so. Is there that kind of pressure on young people to do that? To know you want to be a doctor and to go into that? Like, no.
The Gen Z thing now, so I think it's
Really? No, I don't think so. I think there's a saying that in your lifetime, you might have 7 different kinds of jobs or 7 different kinds of careers. So there is nothing permanent. You can go into something, discover that you don't like it and switch to something else. Hard work. Yes, maybe you need the privilege of having the funds or the time, but the only thing that's permanent, there's nothing that's permanent. The only thing that's permanent is death. Until then, you're still living. You can change. You can change your mind. You can follow a different career. It might mean that you have to do more work. Nana Ama, who's been my chaperone this week, she's working and studying. It's possible.
Ourselves as women and to empower ourselves, you know, is always a welcome development. The reason, as explained earlier, is because a lot of women do not really understand their own strength, because a lot of people continue to beat them down. We heard one of the speakers say that with everything that she has accomplished, that's Jules, someone said, oh, she slept her way to the top. This is something you hear a lot, and it needs to stop. What people do in their private is not your business, and it does not take away from the hard work. There's many men that are more sluts than women, but we don't define them by how many people they sleep with. And I understand the differences as well. Respecting that and understanding it still needs to stop. Enough already. Women need to be respected for the hard work that they do, that they bring to the table, and that they have expressed, you know, in their lives. If you see a woman who works very hard, respect her for what she does and let her get what is due for what she does. And it's old to insult women with those kind of nonsense stuff. I implore a lot of women to stop being embarrassed by it. There is no strong woman that has not been called names. You know, when you have the opportunity, look them in the eye and say, that's on you. That's a reflection of you, not me. Wakanda is not even an African movie. So I don't know. We've had a lot of movies that made it to the international stage. So it depends on what kind of international stage you're talking about. If you are saying to the Oscars or to the Academy, which is we're getting there. We've had African movies. We've had the movie from South Africa at the time, Tutsi. Tutsi won an Oscar. We've had another one, I think, was it Casablanca from Morocco or something? I'm not very sure now, but so we've had, you know, tickets here, and then we've had, I think, 1 or 2 nominations. So maybe not the volume that we want, but we're working very hard. We're not trying to be mediocre, and we don't want to be pitied. That's another thing that I'm hoping that we don't get to. We don't get to a point where they feel like, oh, let's just pity them. Let's just give it to them just because they're an African country. No, we want to earn our place. We want to show that we're storytellers. We want to show that we're intelligent. And we want to show that we're just as good as every other industry in the world. And the time is now. The time is now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Volta Lake is the largest man-made lake in the world. The Afram Plains on the eastern side of the lake is referred to as the breadbasket of Ghana. Accessibility to the Afram Plains is limited to usage of pontoon without alternative access. Provision of Afram Bridge will commensurate the inadequate ferry services between Adoso and Echi Amanfo. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Afram Bridge project has received cabinet and parliamentary approvals. However, the financing agreement has not been signed. The funds have not been received, so currently the project is on hold. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honourable Member, I'll give you just one opportunity for supplementary question if you so desire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask the Minister, why is it that they've received parliamentary approval and the cabinet approval and the loan agreement hasn't been signed yet? What are they waiting for?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, despite the signing of both cabinet and parliamentary documents, the Ministry of Finance is supposed to hold discussions with the lending banks, and the projects are divided into two. We have the bridge project, and we also have the complementary roads. The bridge is going to cost the government and people of this country 200 million euros, and it's coming from the Dutch bank. And then the roads are going to cost 150 million euros. And it's also partly coming from the export facility, what we call EF, that's the Exim Bank, and the Dutch Bank. Both of them are contributing 50% each of the 150 million euros. And the negotiations for both take a bit of time, and it has not been agreed. So any moment from now, once agreement is reached, the financing agreement will also be signed. That is what is happening now for this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, return to question 1451, and the member for Krotikoli, Honourable Dr. Zinato Ajima-Rawlings.
Yeah, right, Honourable Speaker. On behalf of my colleague, Honourable Zinato Ajima-Rawlings, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when Dagobloshi Road and drains that are located in front of Accra Brewery Limited will be completed, as construction began in 2016, and to date, no further work has been done.
Well, Honourable Minister, I haven't asked you to respond to the question. I direct that the answer that has been provided in today's order paper is carried to the answer department for capture as the question has been answered by the Minister in full. So, Minister, I thank you. So, we turn to question 1599. A member for Jomoro, Mrs. Dorcas Toffee. Yes, Honourable, let's hear you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Savigny barrier to Hafasni and the Fasu to Newtown roads in the Jomoro constituency will be completed.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Savigny barrier to Hafasni Road forms part of the regional road 019, which starts from Mpataba to Jewi Wharf at the Ghana-Ivory Coast border. The road spans the Jomoro Municipal Assembly in the Western region. So, Speaker, currently the Savigny barrier to Hafasni Road forms part of an ongoing project started rehabilitation of Impactor back to half Asini to the Ruaf Road, measuring 25 kilometers, as Lot 1, and rehabilitation of Impactaba to half Asini to the Ruaf Road, from kilometer 25 to kilometer 49.7, forming Lot 2. Mr. Speaker, I take the Lot 1, the first 25 kilometers of the road. Work commenced on 25th June 2020 for completion by 24th December 2022. Physical progress of work is estimated at 30.2%. The contractor is at site. However, progress of work is slow due to delayed payment. Lot 2. Mr. Speaker, work commenced on 26 June 2020 for completion by 25th December 2022. Physical completion is currently 26%. The contractor is at site, and again, however, progress of work is slow due to delayed payment. The completion of the works will depend largely on the availability of funds. 2. Efasu to Newtown roads. Mr. Speaker, this road, measuring 8 kilometers, is a feeder road and forms part of the half Asini Newtown feeder road, measuring 20.5 kilometers and located in the Jomoro district of the Western region. It is an engineered road in poor condition. Currently, contract for the upgrading of the road was awarded under the project titled Bitumen Surfacing of Half Asini to Newtown Feeder Road and funded under the Western Corridor Gas Infrastructure Project of the Ghana Gas Company. The contract was awarded on 26 July 2016 and commenced on 10th November 2016 for completion by 9th November 2017. The initial intended completion date was extended to 31st December 2019 due to a number of issues, major among which were: 1, lack of suitable gravel-based material, eventually hauled over 56 kilometers; 2, price fluctuation of materials over the contract period; and 3, additional filling of low-lying sections to formation level. Mr. Speaker, due to the above challenges, the original contract sum only cater for works up to 12.5 kilometers. Subsequently, the contract had been curtailed at kilometer 12.5 due to lack of funds. Future programs. Mr. Speaker, engineering studies have been conducted on the remaining road section from kilometer 12.5 to kilometer 20.5, which is from Efasu to Newtown. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Dorcas, I'll give you one opportunity to ask supplementary question if you so wish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the Hafasni Newtown Road, the minister indicated that the road is being funded under the Western Corridor Gas Project by Ghana Gas. Yet, in his conclusion, he indicated that future construction on the Efasu Newtown Road will be considered under the 2024 budget. Can the minister ensure that the funding is done by Ghana Gas, as the Jomoro district is at the heart of the oil and gas industry? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will do as requested by the honorable member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, let's turn to question 1651. Question 1651. And the question stands for member in the name of a member for Nkwanta South, Honorable Godfrey Kinney. Godfrey Kinney, Nkwanta South.
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads will be constructed to ease transportation challenges the people of Nkwanta South face. I, Nkwanta Kwe, I, Nkwanta Bizongo, I, Nkwanta Broniase Pusupu Bontibo Salifu Road, IV, Ago Junction Kabiti Road, V, Bunache Jumbocherry Road.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I proceed in the same order, starting with Nkwanta to Kui Road. Mr. Speaker, the Nkwanta Kui Federal Road is 31.5 kilometers long. It is located in the Nkwanta South District of the Uti region. It is a gravel stroke F surface road in poor condition. It is an engineered access road that leads to the undeveloped Ghana-Togo border. Currently, there is no program on the road. Future program. Mr. Speaker, engineering studies have been conducted on the road for rehabilitation. The execution of the works will be considered under 2024 budget. 2. Kechibi to Bizongo Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is identified on Department of Federal Roads database as Alopacha Junction to Alopacha, which is 24.1 kilometers long. Kilometer 0 to 16, that is the first 16 kilometers is engineered, whereas from kilometer 16 to kilometer 24.1 is partially engineered. It is located in the Nkwanta South District of the Uti region. It is a gravel stroke earth surface road in fair condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the minor spot improvement of the road was awarded under the project titled Minor Spot Improvement of Alopacha Junction to Alopacha Feeder Road. That is the first 18 kilometers. The contract was awarded on 12 August 2020 and commenced on 17 November 2020 for completion by 16 November 2021. The contractor executed works including 18 kilometers of curving and formation, 2, 3 number 1/20 millimeter diameter pipe covers, and 3, 900 meters of 600 millimeter diameter U-drains. The work stalled after achieving 27% physical progress. Just because the contractor abandoned the site in July 2021 and 2 warning letters were issued for the contractor to resume work but all proved futile. The Department of Federal Roads is initiating the necessary contractual procedures to terminate the contract for non-performance. The future program, Mr. Speaker, engineering reassessment studies will be conducted on the road for upgrading. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget, subject to availability of funds. 3. Breweniasi to Pusupu to Bontiabo to Salifu Road. Mr. Speaker, this feeder road is identified on Department of Federal Roads database as Breweniasi to Pusupu to Pontiano. It is 15 kilometers long and an engineered access road. Bontiabo to Sali Fukrom is 6.5 kilometers long and an engineered connector road. They are located in the Nkwanta South District of the Roti region. The two roads are gravel surface roads in fair condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the upgrading of the road was awarded under the project title Bituminous Surface Dressing of Niasi to Pusupu to Chiabo to Salifu Chrome 21.5 kilometers, and in Suta to Kachi Kwesin Feeder Road, measuring 7.4 kilometers. The contract was awarded on 16th October 2016 and commenced on 15th December 2016 for completion by 16th December 2018. The contractor undertook 28.9 kilometers of clearing and formation. The contractor abandoned the site in 2017. 3 warning letters were issued to the contractor to go back to site to continue and complete the work, but has since proved futile. The contract has been recommended for termination. The future program, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering studies will be conducted on the road during the first quarter of 2023 for upgrading after the termination. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget. 4. Agro Junction to Kabiti Road. This feeder road is 25.8 kilometers long. It is an engineered inter-district feeder road from the Nkwanta South municipality to the Nkwanta North district, the Oti region. It is a gravel surface road in poor condition. Currently, there is no program on the road. Future program, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering reassessment studies will be conducted on the road for rehabilitation by the end of the second quarter of 2023. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget, subject to availability of funds. Then 5, Bonachi to Jumbo Cherry Road. This feeder road is 35.7 kilometers long. It is an unengineered access feeder road located in the Nkwanta South municipality of the Oti region. It is an earth surface road in poor condition. There is no program on the road currently. Future program is that, Mr. Speaker, engineering studies will be conducted on the road during the first quarter of 2023 for sport improvement. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'll give you just one slot. Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, is the Minister considering any temporal measure to ensure that the Agro Junction Kabiti Road is motorable before the 2024 budget is considered as captured in his answer?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I did say in my answer, these are all important feeder roads. All the 5 of them, they come together to form a network, road network. And I can say that until we get the available funds to work on them, as we have pledged to rehabilitate them, we will put them under our ongoing road maintenance program to make sure that they are motorable at least all year round. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. We now turn to question 1654. Question 1654, and the question stands in the name of a member for Kumewu, Honorable Fred Basua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Kumewu-Raso stretch of the Juabin-Kumewu Raso Road will be completed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Biso Kumawu Rasu Road measuring 43 kilometers forms an integral part of the Regional Road 104. The road connects major towns such as Rasu, Kumawu, Wono, Oyoko, and Oyoko, Efigasi, Grabin, and their surrounding communities along the corridor to Ebisu. The road traverses the Ebisu municipality, Grabin municipality, and Seche Kumewu district of the Ashanti region. It is a surface dress road and it is in fair condition. Mr. Speaker, currently the Ebisu Grabin section of the road, that is the first 11 kilometers, has been rehabilitated and in good condition. Also, estimates for the rehabilitation of the Grabin Kumewu section from kilometer 11.5 to 17.75 has been approved by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, would commence as soon as the projects are completed. The future figure is that the Ghana Highway Authority would undertake inventory for the remaining length, that is from to Uraso, that is between 17.75 to kilometer 43, and submit same to the Ministry for consideration. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, I'll give you one slot, or if you're okay.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister if he can provide an idea on the estimated time for these procurement processes to be completed for work to begin.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, on the timelines, when will these procurement processes will be completed for work to begin?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I said that Ghana Highway Authority is yet to undertake the inventory that will follow up with the costing and the estimates. Depending upon when they finish with the inventory, the procurement processes will normally last between 4 to 6 weeks. So I believe that by the beginning of second quarter of this year, inventory would have been put together and the costing, and then we give ourselves the following 6 weeks for the procurement exercise to come to a close. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Okay, thank you very much. We move to Honorable Peter Yao Kwachi Aka, my good friend, a member for Memphis Central. Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the board year is not board year, is D. Board year to Asankragua Road will be awarded on contracts. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, board year Asankragua Road.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all road to Asankragua Road is captured on the Ghana Highway Authority database as Baudia Asankragua Road. The road is 50 kilometers and spans the Wasa Amanfi Central District Assembly and Wasa Amanfi West Municipal Assembly of the Western Region. The road forms part of the Regional Road 123. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the road has been awarded on contract with the title Partial Reconstruction of Bordia Road. That is for the first 50 kilometers, and Manson Amanfi Town Roads, covering 1.471 kilometers. The total length is 51.5 kilometers. As part of the critical roads project, works commenced on 19th March 2020 and scheduled for completion by 19th March 2023. Progress of work has stalled due to delayed payment. The contractor is not at site. He has, however, indicated his willingness to resume work immediately he receives payment for work done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Party, I'll give you one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Because of the critical nature of that road, due to the importance in conveying cocoa from the hinterlands to the port of Takoradi, I have asked this question on several occasions. First, I asked on the 6th of July, 2018, and then and again 11th March 2022. And on each occasion, the answers seem to be very different. The first one was that the road is programmed to complete in 2019. That was 2018. And then the one I asked in 2022, it says because of the slow progress of the work, currently stands at 7.6%, and that the contractor had been written to because of the slow pace of work. Then today, the minister is giving a somehow different answer. I'd like to know what this recalcitrant contractor is doing, that because he has been written to in 2020, and yet there is no progress of work on the road. I would like to know what is happening. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the contractor is Asabia Engineering Limited, and he has a certificate of 7.7 million Ghana cedis. Work progress is very low. It's just around 10%, even though he has done clearing of the entire stretch 100%, and he has also started working on the actual works, but it's also very low. And I said that the contractor is awaiting payment, and at any time that we are able to do that, I believe the contractor will go back to work. So his absence and the delay is also due to delayed payment. So we shall do whatever we can to make sure that as soon as money becomes available, we make some payment to him and urge him to go back and continue work. I thank you.
We turn to question 1705. No, Honorable, you are not the owner of the question. 1705. Honorable Nelson East.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to ask the question on behalf of Honorable Chairman. I therefore ask the Hansa Department to capture the response as provided by the Minister. I'd also do same for question number 1706. In fact, that has already been, that's a repetition. It was answered the last time the minister was here. So that brings us to the end of the questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I was expecting you to read the question. Just read the question.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highway what steps the ministry is taking to get a contractor who is undertaking Brekum Inner City Roads project back to site and the stipulated timelines for the completion of the project. Thank you.
Very well. So I read that the Hansa department captured the answers that has been provided by the minister as if the answers has been read in the stencil. So we bring question time to an end. And on behalf of the House, we'd like to thank the minister for attending upon the House to answer questions from members. And today somebody was also referring to you, Nana Mwakwata. Nana, your grandchildren are very grateful to you, and I discharge. Yes, I think now you can bring the curtains down. So, honorable members, I thank you very, very much. We have brought the week to a close. We are adjourning the House to Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.
Obi said he has won.
I'm sure Atiku says he has also won.
So if two people are saying they've won, one of them must be lying or both of them are lying.
They didn't rig the election, they stole it. Because rigging is what they normally do. But this time it was stolen because people have voted and they have tallied the results. And all of a sudden it changes.
And I've said it categorically several times. I've analyzed it to people several times. Me and we have spoken on phone several times. And I've told him that 1, 2, 3, 4. These are places you can never. I don't say that you won't win. I said he can never win this 2023 election.
Tinubu is almost half out. His age is old. It's not. We shouldn't be sentimental on this matter.
The Americans have a president who's over 70 years though.
Tinubu is not 70 years.
How old is he?
Tinubu is not 80 years. Listen, go and take machine and check his age.
How old is he?
Now, if Tinubu is 70 years, maybe he's very sick.
Do you think he's doctored his age?
Did I think that? The way he looks, because at least if you look at me, I say, I'm 25. Will you agree with me? Can I tell you that I'm at 25 now, you agree with me?
I believe that we can scale the numbers down. I think we should be able to work around a total of 60 ministers. The ultimate factor for delegates to decide as to who should be the person to occupy the position, and in this case the flag bearers, will not be monetary inducement. There are about 208,000 people who are delegates and who will be voting to elect the flag bearer. How much can you give to each of the 208,000 delegates?
Now,
susu san kwan bi a wanto nam bia e man kwan bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Obi said he has won.
I'm sure Atiku says he has also won.
So if two people are saying they've won, one of them must be lying or both of them are lying.
They didn't rig the election, they stole it. Because rigging is what they normally do. But this time it was stolen because people have voted and they have tallied the results. And all of a sudden it changes.
And I've said it categorically several times. I've analyzed it to people several times. Me and we have spoken on phone several times. And I've told him that 1, 2, 3, 4. These are places you can never. I don't say that he won't win. I said he can never win this 2023 election.
Tinubu is almost half out. His age is old. It's not. We shouldn't be sentimental on this matter.
The Americans have a president who's over 70 years though.
Tinubu is not 70 years.
How old
Tinubu
is he?
is not 80 years. Listen, go and take machine and check his age.
How old is he?
Now, if Tinubu is 70 years, maybe he's very sick.
Do you think he's doctored his age?
Did I think that? The way he looks. Because at least if you look at me, okay, I say, I'm 25. Will you agree with me? Can I tell you that I'm at 25 now, you agree with me?
Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Biztech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Maoli Aholimega. On this episode, we delved into the emergence of an artificial intelligence chatbot named ChatGPT. My guest is Kwesi Kofi, and he's the CEO from DataWare. Kwesi, welcome to Biztech. How are you?
Thank you for having me. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. It's been a long time.
A long time.
Yeah. How are things so far?
Well, I mean, you can imagine with the emergence of this new technology, there's a lot happening. And things are changing pretty quickly. So it's taking some amount of effort for companies to catch up to what's happening in the various industries.
Yeah. So now let's get straight into it. I think for me, from November, I started hearing this whole ChatGPT, and I had no idea what it was doing, and I did a little research only to find out what it really does. And this is like a whole artificial intelligence chatbot that is doing so many things, helping people to do assignments. What exactly is this whole ChatGPT thing?
Okay, so I mean, artificial intelligence has been around for a while. It has been used in many sectors by different companies. I mean, if you look at the big tech giants, if you look at Facebook, Amazon, all of them are using different forms of artificial intelligence in their operations by leveraging their data sets to generate insights and make decisions. What has really brought this to the fore now is that ChatGPT has sort of democratized artificial intelligence. So by democratizing it, what I mean is that it has given access to a wide range of society to leverage it. So, like I said, artificial intelligence has been around for a while. There are various elements of it. What artificial intelligence essentially is that it's a computer software that is trained to mimic human, cognitive abilities. So with cognitive abilities, sight, how you understand, and then sometimes in terms of action, in relation to how you interface some of these softwares with other elements of technology like robotics. So essentially, artificial intelligence has been around for a while. It has just now been democratized, and access has been given to both, individuals and to companies, developers, to leverage it to build amazing products.
Yeah, so just from what he rightly explained, so would you say that this chat GPT thing, is it open to everyone? Is it like a free software? And who made this whole chat GPT, if you have an idea?
So chat GPT, the parent company that is spearheading this development is called OpenAI.
Okay.
Now, OpenAI was co-founded by 4 people, but the names that I'm sure would immediately jump out for a lot of people will be Elon Musk.
Yeah, which is the Twitter owner.
Yes, so currently Twitter owner. In the past, he has been involved with PayPal. He's into electronic mobility as well as space. So he's no new face when it comes to technology. And there's another gentleman to call Sam Altman.
Okay.
So Sam Altman was formerly the head of a Y Combinator, which is like a tech enabler for startups.
Okay.
And so these two are the ones, in addition to other 2 people who founded, OpenAI. And OpenAI initially started as a non-for-profit organization, but somewhere along the line, they've changed their model. Even though they have a very interesting model, they now cap their profits at some point. And so along the line, also, Elon Musk left the company because from some of the tweets that he has been pushing out, it's evident that he's not on board with some of the things that the company is looking at doing. Also along the line, some partnership agreements between OpenAI and Microsoft to embed some of the AI functionalities with Microsoft suite of products as well, like the Edge browser.
Okay.
And so you realize that Microsoft's Edge browser has not been doing too well on the market if you compare it to
people
Google's,
actually prefer the Firefox and then the
Google
Mozilla
Chrome, especially because of the search functionalities. So I believe that Microsoft sees this as an opportunity to get back into the driving seat by incorporating this, because what the ChatGPT is like AI in a conversational manner.
Okay.
So just like you do a search, you can chat with the AI model and get responses.
Just briefly explain to us how this whole thing was created. I'm sure maybe you may not have the full data to tell us, but how, like, what was the thought process going into creating this thing? How did they develop this chat GPT?
Okay, so with artificial intelligence, what it really rides on is data. So you realize that when it comes to AI, the companies that are able to leverage this fully are those that collect massive data sets. So if you look at AWS, Amazon Web Services, where a lot of people shop online. If you look at YouTube, where a lot of people go there to watch videos. If you look at Facebook, Twitter, a lot of people, generate content on there. So all of these data sets are available. So a lot of these companies are already at the forefront. Now, the way artificial intelligence works is that there are various elements of it. The part that has gained the most prominence over the last decade will be machine learning. But the other elements, there's deep learning, neural networks, and all of that. So with machine learning, what happens is that if you want to train an AI model, you need to gather data sets. And when you gather those data sets, you build your model by training those data sets. Machine learning or artificial intelligence rides on three tenets. The first one being training. So you get your data sets to train it so that it's able to respond by learning from that data set. And the second tenet is with reasoning. So that's where you interact with the model, and then it's able to, based on what it has learned from the previous data sets, it's able to give you responses. And the third part is an iterative process where it learns, it relearns. So based on feedback, it's able to tell that, okay, maybe this answer was wrong. I need to relook at my data set and things like that. So that's how AI models are created, essentially.
So what are some of the benefits of this chat GPT? Because we'll come to some concerns as well, but what are the immediate benefits of this chat GPT chatbot?
So as you can imagine, there's a lot of uproar about, the functionalities, what this enables people to do. Immediate benefits, I would say, is that, and there's a lot of concern about how artificial intelligence is going to take over the jobs of humans and things like that. But I think we're a little far from that. So I would wish that people would see AI as an enabler, sort of, to augment what the human capacity can do. As a human being, I mean, how much information can you process at a point in time? So let's say if you are, your job is to generate content, how does ChatGPT enable you? Don't see it as a way that it comes to take over, because I mean, AI is not perfect. There's still a lot of work ongoing to perfect that technology. So it helps augment people's work, whether you are in legal field, whether you are in content generation, whether you are a developer, because some elements of ChatGPT enables you to write code or even access code that you have already written to find errors and things like that. So it's more of an enabler for people in various endeavors.
So, because I've been having a very interesting conversation with you about ChatGPT. We'll come to the concerns right after this break. I've been speaking with Kwesi Kofi from DataWare, and we've been talking about the emergence of an AI chatbot named ChatGPT. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break on Biztech. I've been speaking with Kwesi Kofi from DataWare. We've been talking about the emergence of the AI chatbot named ChatGPT. Kwesi,
hi.
I've been learning quite a lot from you about this whole ChatGPT and what it seeks to do. I'm sure we'll do a demonstration about how it works, but there are some concerns that this ChatGPT is coming to claim people's jobs and it's going to make students lazy and all of that, because it's going to give people answers to questions even when they're in the exam hall and all of that. What do you make of this whole thing?
Well, I think some of these concerns are valid because when you look at one of the major concerns is about bias. So how AI model responds to queries depends on what data set it is trained on. And as most of these data sets are generated by humans, humans inherently are biased. So it's only normal that these biases may be represented in these data sets. So this also affects the quality of response that come from AI models, especially in conversational ones. So for bias, I think that's a valid concern. There's also another valid concern about how this is going to affect the educational sector, especially with the functionalities of this ChatGPT, where it's able to help generate text, can help write essays, write code. It's really a threat to how our young ones, learn and how they exercise their mental capacity. So that's also a general concern. And there has been like a real uproar in the academic sectors where a lot of lecturers are concerned. As countermeasures, there are also tools that are coming up that can help detect content that is generated by AI. But then, as you know, there's always a countermeasure for a countermeasure. So it's also really like a bit of a black box that needs some looking into. So essentially, when you look at AI, the values or the elements that make it more acceptable to a lot of people is that people should really understand it. So if an output is generated, there has to be visibility on how it arrives at the output. And that's one of the challenges, especially with some regulators. For regulators in the US, for example, AI is used to build credit risk for people.
So that they can get loans
and things like that. And if per US regulation, you're supposed to show how you sort of like
your credit score.
Arrive at a credit score for a particular person. And if you're using an AI model that is trained on thousands of data sets, and there are very, very nuanced ways that these data sets relate to each other, it's difficult to show that. So those are some of the concerns.
So we've been talking about this whole ChatGPT, and it will be nice for you to take us through the salient steps of how this whole OpenAI technology works. So you can take it away, Kwesi.
Right. So we are currently on the OpenAI website.
Okay.
And now, OpenAI, like I said, has been since 2015 been in operation, and ChatGPT is the part of its product offering that has gained the most traction. But there are other products that are available. So I mean, from the website, you can see that there's ChatGPT, that has various
models,
features.
Okay.
It can be used for copywriting, summarization, parsing text. I'm going to run demos of how that is, but anybody can go onto the OpenAI website and sign up. Availability is subject to cloud computing resources that OpenAI has.
Okay.
They have also launched paid versions of the product. So once you subscribe, you'll be assured. But if you're using the free version, then you are only able to use it as it's available. Then there's what they call the DAL-E, which is also has to do with more about images.
So it says create realistic images and art from a description in natural language. Okay.
Yes, so using natural language, you can describe what kind of image that you want to depict, and the AI model is able to generate that. And then there's also another one, what they call Whisper. So Whisper has to do with voice, audio, right?
Yeah.
So let's try to do something around ChatGPT. Right.
Okay. All right.
So, like we said, it's conversational. You can use it to generate content. You can ask it questions about, mathematical questions, programming questions, and you should be able to get a response on it. Already on the chat.
Accurate?
Well, some level. There are some instances where it gives wrong information.
Okay.
And that's why we say AI is not perfect. Because it's still learning, as time goes along, it will get better.
Okay.
So the engineers definitely will look at responses where are not accurate, and they retrain the model so that they can provide accurate measures. So accurate responses. So you see that the version that we are currently interacting with is February 13.
Okay.
So anytime there's an update, it's launched, and then we interact. So I think we are
this simply means it's still in development. So
yes.
as and when it goes along,
it's going to be in development forever. It's also going to be it's going to be in development forever.
So then the responses are going to be very, very unique.
Yes,
as they go
along. Exactly that. So give me something. Let's say you are given an assignment.
Okay. How many stars are in the sky? Yeah. It'll be interesting to know how many of them are in the sky, though.
Right.
Okay.
So let's see.
Because now that you click that, I see. Okay, so it's giving you the response. So it says it's difficult to provide an exact number because the number of stars in the sky varies depending on different factors such as the time of the day, location, and atmospheric conditions. However, on a clear night with good viewing conditions, an average human can see 2,500 to 5,000 stars with the naked eye. However, there are estimated to be over 100 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy alone, and there are billions of galaxies in the observable universe, which means that the number of stars in the sky is virtually infinite. So okay, so this is a very well explained response.
Yeah, so you can see the difference between this and what you would get from, let's say, a Google search. So if you're to do a Google search, you get a list of articles. You get a list of articles.
You probably see some NASA things doing images and all over.
And then you have to go and dig in and read. And so this AI model just summarizes all of that information, picks out the salient points, right?
Okay.
So one, copywriting is able to generate content based on, some information that you give it. Summarization, if you have a body of text, it can pick up the salient points, right, and then present it to you. So let's take the same body of text.
Okay. So we'll copy the text. Okay.
Yeah.
And generate another one.
Let's say summarize.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we are waiting for the response. Also, I see you can actually stop it from generating.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's giving us.
Okay. So it has summarized the whole body of text, picked out the salient points.
Okay. That makes more sense for you to get the response that you want.
Yes. Okay. So imagine if, let's say, you are, let's say, a lawyer, and you have a 20-page document of text, right?
Which is quite a lot.
Yes. And you just want to pick out the salient points from it. And there's an application that rides on ChatGPT to do a functionality like that. You can imagine how much time that's going to save you. Yeah. So those are some of the things that we can look at. There's also the ability to do classification.
Okay.
So let's say, give me a list of cars.
Okay, Tesla, Mercedes, Mercedes, BMW. How many do you want? Tesla, Mercedes, BMW, Toyota.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say let's ask ChatGPT to categorize.
Okay. So it's gonna categorize these cars. Okay. So we are waiting for it to give us the response.
Okay. So let's do this instead. So categorize Tesla and then BMW. Let's give it some options. Let's say electric and then
manual or something.
Fuel.
Yeah. Okay. And it looks like it's so fast because it's like the moment you put in the request, the response comes like really fast.
So what has happened is that they've taken large amounts of data sets and they've trained the model.
Okay.
And the interesting thing about artificial intelligence is that it has been powered by cloud computing. So you need massive amounts of cloud computing
data and all
computing resources to train these models. So you can leverage on cloud computing where providers like AWS and Microsoft have various data centers and harness it to train these models. So it's very easy. Now, once you have the model is in a particular state. So all that the model does is accept queries, right?
Okay.
So it's very fast.
Right.
So you can see that from our previous example, we've given it elements to categorize these cars by, and it has been able to tell us that, okay, Tesla is an electric vehicle,
car, and
then BMW
has both electric and then full power.
Depending on the model.
It's looking like this app is going to come in and handy for some people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's take one last example.
Okay.
So translate. I am going to work.
Okay.
To French.
Interesting. So you can even do languages as well.
Languages as well.
Okay. I am going to work can be translated in French as Je vais au travail. Right? Yeah. Whatever that means is I'm going to work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. So not just English, but it has options for other languages.
To translate, yeah.
So for persons who would need a translator when they enter into another country, they can use this app to. It can also serve as a translator as well.
So the interesting thing about this is that they've opened. So that's why I said that they've sort of democratized it, because these functionalities are available through an API. So any developer anywhere that says, okay, I want to build a product that can translate English to French. We'll build a different interface
and then
plug into the open API. Then when somebody says, okay, type that text in the app, they query the open AI through the API and then get a response and show.
Wow.
So there are a lot of products that can be built on top of this.
On top of this, wow.
Aside from people just coming to the platform to interact with it
on
their interface.
Yeah. This is really interesting. I've been learning quite a lot from you, and I think that's all for today. And it's been very interesting learning about this ChatGPT. Kwesi, thank you so much for being on the show. I've been speaking with Kwesi Kofi from Data, where we've been learning about the emergence of an artificial intelligence chatbot named ChatGPT. He's been my guest on this week's edition of Biztech. Before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.GhanaWeb.com, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mali Ahulimega. Please do stay for Biz Headlines.
Welcome to Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella Jejom. To our first story, Africa's biggest bank by market capitalization, First Rand Limited, has written off about 57% of its holdings in Ghanaian bonds. The development comes on the back of Ghana's decision to undertake a debt restructuring program for its sovereign debt component. In a statement issued by the South Africa-based lender on March 2, 2023, First Rand said it had impaired about $27.3 million to cover potential losses from Ghana's debt restructuring exercise and reduced income from associates. The bank further explained that the write-offs in the value of the Ghanaian bonds include both domestic and foreign currency bonds held as of December 2022. AGM Petroleum Ghana Limited and its owners have ceased operations in the South Deep Water Tunnel Block. A statement signed by the Chief Executive Officer of the company noted that the move was after carefully considering all options. It further added that the AGM is an independent company and the decision has no implication for Accra Energy's plans in Ghana. During the State of the Nation's address, the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo said the government has not mismanaged COVID funds. According to him, the funds were used for their intended purpose when the pandemic hit. Akufo-Addo stated that it was the government who requested the auditing of the COVID funds and assured that there was no mismanagement of the funds. Government secured $4.52 billion from its latest auction on March 6, 2023. The bills were oversubscribed by $1.82 billion at an average interest rate of 27%. According to the auction results from the central bank, the government secured $1.48 billion from the 91-day bill, $1.17 billion from the 182-day bill, and $1.89 billion from the 365-day bill. The target for the auction was $2.78 billion. However, even though the subscription surpassed the target, it was lower than the $5.06 billion secured by the government in last week's auction. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has stated that the government's gold for oil policy has begun yielding its intended result of reducing fuel prices. According to him, the price of a litre of diesel has seen a reduction of about 10 cedis since the program commenced. Akufo-Addo added that the gold for oil policy is a creative way of using the country's resources. Meanwhile, the minority leader in Parliament, Kesiel Ato-Forson, took under 2 minutes to sternly critique President Nana Addo's SONA on March 8. Ato-Forson, in supporting the motion moved by his colleague on the minority side, pointed out a series of economic indicators that showed that all was not well with the country, as Akufo-Addo's address sought to portray. He argued that the current economic crisis the president admitted to in parts of his address was largely self-inflicted and that Ghana was officially bankrupt. Still on the State of the Nation's address, an economist, Professor Godfred Bokpin, has stated that Ghana used the COVID-19 pandemic as an avenue to overspend. According to him, when pandemics and natural occurrences like this happen, they test the country's fundamentals and the policies it is running on. He explained that a country's inability to withstand shocks exposes its shortcomings. Quote, "It's as though you are majoring in the minor, and the reason we are saying this is that Russia-Ukraine is a global issue and the impact is pervasive. COVID-19 is a pandemic. The impact is pervasive. You also see marginality in how countries were affected by this twin development. It is in this level of the marginality that you are able to see the difference in the resilience of one economy compared to the other economy." End quote. And that'll be all for Biz Headlines this week. Do well to log on to our website at www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Also, follow us on our social media platforms at The Ghana Web, on YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella Jejom. Do have a lovely weekend.
I believe that we can scale the numbers down. I think we should be able to work around a total of 60 ministers. The ultimate factor for delegates to decide as to who should be the person to occupy the position, and in this case the flag bearer, will not be monetary inducement. There are about 208,000 people who are delegates and who will be voting to elect the flag bearer. How much can you give to each of the 208,000 delegates?
Now,
Obek Kanukre. Susu Sang Pine, be a one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so ye unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Obi said he has won.
I'm sure Atiku says he has also won.
So if two people are saying they've won, one of them must be lying or both of them are lying.
They didn't rig the election, they stole it. Because rigging is what they normally do. But this time it was stolen because people have voted and they have tallied the results. And all of a sudden it changes.
And I've said it categorically several times. I've analyzed it to people several times. Me and we have spoken on phone several times. And I've told him that 1, 2, 3, 4. These are places you can never. I don't say that you won't win. I said he can never win this 2023 election.
Tinubu is almost half out. His age is old. It's not. We shouldn't be sentimental on this matter.
The Americans have a president who's over 70 years though.
Tinubu is not 70 years.
How old
Tinubu
is
is not 80 years. Listen, go and take machine and check his age.
How old is he?
Now, if Tinubu is 70 years, maybe he's very sick.
Do you think he's doctored his age?
Did I think that? The way he looks, because at least if you look at me, I say, I'm 25. Will you agree with me? Can I tell you that I'm at 25 now, you agree with me?